Al minuto 1 le dejamos sola.
Vale.
It wasn't pretty. Perfect really was getting pummeled. This was relatively early on as well in round robin 1. I forgot which specific matchup it was, but
there was a Sante versus Rumble
¿Lloras?
that happened a lot, and the Rumble Zeus was having a very fun time.
Yeah, that
¿Cuál
does
es la
often feel
mentira?
fun for the opponent.
La máscara y rostro.
As we have been often told by Huni,
Vamos al
Pioshik,
bot.
and Owner might fight over this crab.
Traigan.
We do see Faker though still on the back, and maybe Pioshik doesn't even care. Does have Karmire though, so Owner needs to be mindful, but not going to make the rotation.
Yeah, I think Owner's just going to take the crab. I mean, he might show up here, and he just smited the crab, so he's got to wait for that second smite. But yeah, he's just going to let it go. And Pioshik will be able to get all 3 of these early
Pioshik.
I like the call actually, because Pioshik already got a crab.
Jugando el
There's no
Pioshik.
need for him to go
Mira.
too ham. This
Este
allows
Roaster,
him to
el que le sacó un mapa a Genji.
while simultaneously ensuring that they do start this objective stacking early on, which with their composition is basically a necessity.
¿Listo?
BDD actually running materializing there, trying to maintain as much lane pressure as possible. He is a big laning guy.
Tiro el sino.
Yeah, he
lo
definitely
vi.
is a famous scorcher of
También
days
tiro ese.
past. Almost definitely got it here.
Mira este flash.
AP ratios on a Karma that's going to scale up.
RQ le das cuarta.
Storm. Almost guaranteed
RQ?
he's got Scorch. And that's fine. I mean, you
¿Tuyo?
or definitely want to keep that
Sí,
pressure.
Sí, podría. Ah, pero ya se recupera.
Ay,
Perfect's
pues.
having a fun time in the top lane. This is why I really like the Udyr pick. I think he's just going to be able to essentially neutralize the lane, and that allows Zeus to kill him. Now, KT are getting all of the objectives early on. Going to get this Drake here, as well as the first 3 bumps.
Ah, ya se rindieron.
Pretty good about their map state.
So far, so good. I like Dark Seal pickup as well.
Mm.
In my opinion, a really underrated item on Udyr. He actually does benefit from these AP ratios, as I'm pretty sure Owner was able to get that with the smite.
Yeah, he definitely did. And now Faker's coming over here, but there is BDD right in their face, so not going to overcommit to this because Owner is, rather, Pioshik is so low. Owner, though, is going to overcommit to it and flash on top of a guy who just runs away from him. And does flash as well, so just going to lose his flash. Now, Owner
Que
does
salvaste de mí,
can't utilize
maldito.
that, and they can't escape the
2 flashes traded for 1, but it really is a 1.5 given
Que no,
that
sí
the
salía, pero
was
pendejados se
had
rindieron.
to invest in it as well.
Ya habían tirado todo.
Owner
Tiraron
not
y
in the
tiraron
field,
flash.
too bad about that
No es cierto.
trade, and
Tiraron extenuar, tiraron flash.
KT picking up these early
La Franca yo
attacks.
tiene pociones.
Kind of a given what KT have
Mira,
opted.
Beryl,
And we see
Deft
T1
y
as well.
Pioshik.
They're happy to take some skirmishes left and right. We saw
El
Owner take some risks
pullizo.
when he took that crab.
Nada más
So
falta Seca
Ah.
y Kingen en Kate Roaster y ganan otro mundial.
ideally doesn't really want to commit to any of this until they can get
Sí, 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 pero sácalo de RX.
to the front-to-back team fights where this composition is
No es cierto, ¿dónde se voy ahorita?
shine, and you don't even necessarily need
¿Qué me hacían
Corki
así?
to be online, because I do think
¿Quién?
that with the CC that you have available for
¿Kingen?
No olvidas,
Owner,
no, pero
Zeus,
¿quién
and
es?
Este, Seca.
¿En dónde está?
three together, you can blow up a lot of the
Este, Seca está en Hango Life.
really get to
Kingen está en Dangon.
anything happen, and that's where Barrel's
Mongon Game.
specific
Así es.
bailout is going to be really big, because if T1 shake a skirmish thinking that they can blow someone up, and then Barrel hits a big bailout, that can be game deciding. I think that's
Bueno,
why
sí
T1
te
is just saying,
decía. Sí, sí,
"I'm gonna
sí.
take the risk."
Y ya los últimos dos los trades me salió
Bit behind, you know,
la zorrita
500,
después, güey.
600 gold
La
in
zorrita.
at 8 minutes,
Ajá.
some bubs, a dragon. No
Y pues
real
cosa chida, pero yo
I
quería
do like to see KT
al leopardo.
punchy as we get to these
Yeah.
second objectives in particular.
They definitely have to be, right? A T1 sitting back here.
Qué leopardo.
Faker's picked up a Hex Drinker. He's in it
Ah,
for
¿se
the
llama,
long
no?
haul.
¿Leopardo?
He's like,
¿Leopardo?
Ah, Jeopard.
not gonna be
Gerardo,
relevant
ese.
until
El-
3 items ideally, and
El
I'm going to
Jeopard.
play my build with the Hex Drinker just
No
as
sé,
long
se veía
as
chido y yo lo
be
quería.
able to farm
Sí, sí,
up
sí, es
long
tanque.
term.
Pero el mejor tanque es Fushuan.
Gonna have a lot of threat for the mid lane from a long time in this game. T1 will just have to
Sí,
wait
Fushuan
that
sí es
one out.
personaje promocional.
Found Hibernate for the winter, whereas KT
Wow.
wants to do the exact opposite.
Así es. Yo soy el AP.
Barrel walking up menacingly.
You know, he broke the record for latest first blood
Me
yesterday.
quitaron Jin, hijos de la chingada.
Season.
The entirety of it.
Ah,
It was
¿esa es Lucian?
definitely
Puta construcción de mierda ineficiente. Si quieres,
Yeah,
the
that was
process in particular.
entonces que llevo.
I think a
Lo
highlight
que quieras.
entertaining.
we were having a great time. Bulldog killed Karis
Un
at
milio,
16 minutes and 24 seconds
una Nami.
yesterday. That was the latest first blood of spring 2024.
Creo que Nami me gusta más.
So far.
So far.
So far. And the latest first blood ever. 38 minutes and 59 seconds.
Still can't believe that 38 minutes.
Full agresivo.
That was a fun year. That was let me just take another look here.
Ah, sí, sí, sí.
We're doing a history lesson.
Yeah.
Y pues ya lo dije. No mames, pendejo mapa.
After 2017, which was famous.
Hasta donde lo dejé sí se me complicó porque
Boring. Just straight
estaba
up.
explorando todo el pendejo mapa hasta los cofres y habían 3 que no encontraba.
Ah,
Y vete a la chingada que los encuentro. Y eran de esos que estaban protegidos por un cabrón.
Went over into 2018.
Carried
Sí,
over.
no, nivel 30 los desgraciados y yo nivel 25.
Jin Air, Green Wings versus Zone at the time.
Yeah, the involvement of Jin Air in that scenario.
potente.
Y luego dijeras tú, pues facilito, pero no mames.
No.
Había 2 cabrones que tenían
In this case, we're trying to
debilidad nada más a un elemento que tenía yo, que era el del protagonista.
is going to be
Y el tercer cabrón, ese pues ya era más fácil, tenía debilidad a 3 elementos. Al del protagonista, al de la Marzo y al verdecito. ¿Cómo se llama? No me acuerdo. Este güey.
Danjin.
He can't
Alan
because he has
King,
the freedom to go wherever he pleases thanks to his body.
Pero pues con los 2 primeros ese me complicó bien.
Objective, this is where T1 could opt into contesting. We'll see, depending on where Faker goes. Just finished his
Ah, chingadas, gracias.
have a
Soporte.
lot of MR.
Vaya.
Both Faker and Zeus, if he does decide to join, although given that he's proxying currently, not going to look too likely. Will be 4v4 packages available here.
Sí,
The Malignant
sí, sí, sí.
is so big, BD might be able to do some heavy
Para la
lifting
desmadre
here
que tuvo que
early
hacer
on.
para juntar recursos. Era nada más bien para poder ganarlo.
And join in this fight without getting locked down. Do you
Pues
like
así
the,
es, de eso se trata el jueguito.
T1, they're gonna take the risk.
No, 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 yo solo quería seguir la historia para ella y ponerme a full farm.
Uy, va a haber una parte en la historia en la que se te va a complicar muchísimo un jefe. Sí, yo que llevaba tiempo y ya tengo el mejor personaje de PS. Bueno, bien farmeado. Costó. Que igual, como si te lo haces a nivel bajo, maybe si lo pasas fácil.
No, ma.
Maybe
Cada
this
que
is
entra a
it.
farmear en el pendejo Honkai me acuerdo del Guardian Age y me da una perra rabiz. Ya mejor lo mando a la verga.
Así es.
El Honkai, no el Guardian. No quiero jugar Guardian. No mames. El Gragas y el otro.
Pero no es tanque.
Bueno, si es que se hace
No es como-
ataque. No, pero aguantan. Esos dos aguantan. Ya sea por curaciones o por...
Estaba viendo si para hacerme Mantacrakens o hacerme saqueador. Porque me voy a hacer saqueador.
If they have BDD, there might be an angle there, but instead, Def doesn't get to do any damage, has to flash over the wall immediately. Thanks to the ultimate from Barrel, he does stay alive, which is a small win, but BDD, by the time he joins, T1 have already peeled back. They don't get to use their biggest power spike that they have in that fight, which is the Karma with the Malignance, and can't help but wonder if BDD was either flash the ultimate from Owner or
Y no
just
mames.
teleported
¿Qué te digo, pendejo?
closer.
Cuenta 3 meses farmeando esa porquería.
Es poquito.
3 malditos meses. Sí, 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 pero ya era mucho lo que tenía.
Si vieras a los luego en los grupos del Genshin, y es que se metieron a páginas de no sé dónde y le robaron la cuenta. 3 años en el Genshin, se los quitaron todo. Karma, ¿por qué me tocas el...? Mira ese Gragas, qué cochino.
you know, not a massive comeback for T1 or anything just yet. As Beryl is going to miss the handshake here.
Well,
minion.
Very fast. His World Ender and will actually flash away just to make sure he doesn't go down to death.
Don't want to die here. Give over a kill to
Vamos a perder nivel 2.
build that big of a lead. Some blades, as well as a small CS lead over her farming counterpart is Poppy.
They're not going to hit Pioshik though. It will come down to a smite fight. Who's going to get it? It will go the way of, well, Callista. She's got her own smite in a way as the knockup does
O maybe
come
lo
in. And look
ganamos.
at that combo as immediately Deft is going to go down. The BDD is in a lot of trouble here as well. The Renata ult was pretty good, but I think now that Faker shows up, they are just down a member and down any sort of damage. The bailout comes in on a Pioshik, but way too late to do anything to change the fight, and T1 will pick up the fight.
That's the benefit of forcing those early summoners at that Drake fight. Deft needs to be in close range. It's so hard to play that out, even if Zay is flashing. T1 still able to win the fight. The Herald goes over to KT, but I don't think they're going to be very happy about it. So take another look here. This is one of the issues that you run into, as I think Callista specifically, into the amount of CC that's available on the enemy team. Garia hits an ultimate, and even with Pioshik trying to feel like the moment that you get hit, you get targeted, you just end up going down, especially without the flash. Perfect little late on the TP. And then Pioshik tries to go for a target, but I'm not going to go down in that quick a time, and it would best in a 1-for-1 trade. Really big win there for T1. Now sitting on a 1.5k gold lead. We will see probably
Uy.
every time he picks up. Although I'm looking, they didn't even get to pick up Die of the Herald, or they used it in the replay. But given how that fight played out, I'm gonna assume that they didn't pick it up, and that is not a great look. KT still have it in them. I don't think that this match is done just yet, but it is definitely an uphill battle from here on out. Even stacking Ocean Drake. If it was Inferno, I'd be like,
Gastamos flash.
there are opportunities, but it's looking quite rough in our first turn, but also going over
Ya
to
estaba
T1.
mucho.
Yeah, they were able to just group up into the top side and get that one, and Owner has been, well, he's going to be denied on this ultimate, actually, just pushed away. He's been good about just making sure he lands those. I feel like the target selection hasn't been 100%, but that's fine. I mean, he knocks somebody away and gets value out of it. It's obviously good in the first fight against BP, but yeah, it does feel like T1 are in total control, and the difference between Callista, who just gets blown up 100-0, and the Senna, who's just in the backline providing so much sustain and damage, is pretty incredible, which brings us back to the draft, right? I mean, you're playing this Callista into Nautilus alone, not to mention all the other pieces of the draft, and giving over the Senna Naut. Still pretty confusing to me, and still waiting to see the power of the duo of
Se fue Jhin, ¿no?
Renata versus what
Sí, 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 bloqueó.
Makes one wonder whether that TF that should have been Poppy then. Owner is definitely someone who loves to play the Poppy, has had a really big success on this pick, and it's so good into two, I think, of the biggest damage dealers on KT, namely the Xin Zhao and the Callista, and then looking at optimization as well on the other end. There's double Hex Drinker available, there's a lot of early MR,
Va a aparecer.
meaning that
Yeah.
Pioshik and Deft, a lot of risk is...
Dive into Udyr here. That's pretty
I don't know
bold
about
out of the
that.
side of T1, although with the Senna ult
Yeah,
on
you
top
will.
and no flash or ghost for perfect, it does work out, and the package just kept him in place. Generally pretty hard against the Udyr. I feel like if maybe he just ran at them instead of backed over the package in a way, maybe he would have been in a better spot. But I do
O nos
digress.
quedamos
Steph
porque
is in a lot of
planta
trouble
el
here.
grupo.
He was just existing in the mid lane.
¿Quieres?
That wasn't allowed, said T1.
Pregunto
Just
porque no,
try
no
to
es
get a
güey.
turret, man. This one's a cross map.
Wasn't allowed.
You already get the kill.
Uy.
Do something.
No.
It's not looking good, Valdez.
Doom is running through the enemy jungle at 18 minutes into the game. Nobody's there, nobody can touch him, and he's just doing the red buff. as they
Era ir
do.
por la puta, yo creo.
Ni modo.
I don't think that
Marcarse el flash del Gragas.
No, no, no.
The gambit did not pay off.
no, it was
So, do you think if he like runs the other way, like not over the
Runs
package?
down?
Yeah, because he runs over the package and that's what killed him,
yeah,
right?
probably.
Obviously, he'd be taking more damage from Zeus and Faker, but
Yeah, maybe he's afraid that if he gets hit by another Q and Faker turns, like as long as Zeus is tanking, Faker can turn around. Might not have been enough damage. Not sure.
yeah. Either way, a nice little gank onto Perfect. It's generally unkillable here, and that gets
No,
in
ya
a
no lo
really
puedo
nice
pushar.
spot. I mean,
Ya no hay.
Rookie already 2 kills, Senna farming for free, 1-0-3, and then you've got the top lane, which, yeah, it was serviceable for Perfect, but Zeus is also 30 CS ahead, and it's an Aatrox who is farming, you know, excellently in this game, the most CS in the game. So definitely kind of everything has gone right for T1.
Yeah, Zeus was, I think, maybe a wave or two behind at some point, then, as he always does in mid-game, started to take over, sitting on an unreasonable amount of CS as well. Just want to highlight that we're 20 minutes in,
Yeah.
and he's sitting at almost 220 CS. And it was still somewhat okay up until the point where he got that kill.
No, mira, el plan era
And I was
agarrar la
starting to feel
cosita que
like
saca.
it will
No,
not be
sí, sí,
okay.
sí.
Sí, sí.
And Zeus will
Regresamos al
be
inicio.
behind them at some point and blow up the
Ay, a la verga.
line. And one more fight
Es la que
KT
fue
have.
primero.
If you lose either Baron or you lose the next fight, it's already done. And even that one fight, yeah, I can see your
Yeah.
face, Robin. It's
I'm looking at you, I'm like, I think they had that fight
it's
already.
a stretch. You'd have to rely on T1 making a mistake. But it is possible. We have seen Kallistas pop off. If T1 overinvest their resources into like Perfect, trying to get a catch, and there's an angle. But no, it's not. It's not looking too hot for KT in this game number 1. And they took a risk.
Falta poco
Doesn't
para
look
el
like
nivel
it paid
6.
off initially.
Ujú.
And I assume that they will try something very differently as we go into game number 2. Might have been as well that T1 obviously chose blue side. Maybe they feel like this is the way to try and win on red. Imagine they will move over to blue if they do end up losing here, which right now, their jungle is getting taken. The scaling composition has a 3k gold lead. And things are not great.
Yeah. It's pretty dire straits, KT here. Just waiting to see when they're going to pull the trigger on the next fight, because the Ocean Soul comes in and you're like, well, I mean, there's not even like great dragons that we can take to try to get some really nice big game power to do something in this game. Maybe you can try to go for like a Baron if T1 are out of position, but I think that requires a pick at this point, even with the Kalista.
It's a little messed up as well, because I think Ocean Soul is actually quite good for T1, because they have Senna and extra sustain on top of that, and they have a lethality Aatrox who already heals a ton. So, it's not fair, Valdez. Should have been Infernal.
Cloud would have been nice too.
I would have liked Cloud.
Like for
Boss here.
both of the teams. Just stacking up. He's already at 88 stacks as well, so doing a pretty good job of farming those up. You know, last couple of days we've seen a lot of Smolder play. We've seen a lot of just sitting back, trying to stack up, trying to hit 225 and essentially be a late game menace. No Smolder in this game, obviously, because there are so many other top tier bottom picks available. Senna and Kalista. But yeah, this game definitely feels like that style of play as well. On the side of T1 where it's like, okay, we're just gonna sit back and farm out, and you guys gotta do something. And T2's never gonna do anything.
Hail Mary Baron?
That's what I was saying.
Come on! Yeah, there we go.
T1 out of position, no vision.
They don't.
They know.
They scryer right now. They do know. I don't think they have enough time, Valdez.
Oh,
They might still send it.
Por acá, por acá, por acá, por acá.
Sticks in this Baron, but no, they're just gonna back off here. They get the TP out of Zeus, and T1 say, thank you for the leash. We're just gonna continue this objective. As Owner holds on to the helicopter, he's not gonna use it just yet. Perfect trying to get that flank as Faker goes over the top, and it's just gonna flash away from everybody. As meanwhile, Pyosic's just isolated on the backside of this fight. They do get Faker, but the damage is already done here as Keria gets a massive 3-man knockup with his ultimate. And that just might be the nail in the coffin. KT are being wiped up here with
a
a
la
triple
madre,
kill
triple
from
kill de
Zeus.
Zeus.
As Perfect
No
might
más
be the
pinche
only one
Zeus,
to
se los
get
papearon
away.
en Worlds
Big
con
team fight win going the way of T1.
Aatrox y se tomó personal ser main Aatrox.
Call was all KT have left. They knew it was a Hail Mary. And T1, they have a fair share of experience with setting up Barons when the opponent might not expect it. The funniest part about this is that they are just like, no, it's our Baron now. This is no longer yours. The ultimate from Owner sets up a really nice level of zoning, and then Faker with a colossally successful, because it splits the fight up completely. He flashes away, so he's completely fine. He ends up dying, but it doesn't really matter because the other end of the fight is being won. And this is where the level of tankiness comes for T1. They've gotten to the point of the game where unless KT's behind, they just don't shoot for any of these players.
Yeah. The Kalista trying to deal damage to Nautilus at this point is just hilarious. Yep. Not for Deft and for KT, obviously, but just objectively, it's like, you don't touch
Infeliz imbécil.
so tanky. Even when for Hollow Radiance next, I mean, it's just the frozen heart and some health. That's just what happens. You're never going to get range without being ulted by Nautilus. Not only are you not dealing damage, you're CC half the time. It's just sad feels playing the Kalista into not only this champion, but into this comp. I mean, not to mention the Poppy that you talked about before. And now T1 with their Baron, just barreling down the bottom lane. Guma's done the most damage in the game, surprisingly. Thought it would be Faker at this point with the packages, but he is up there as well. Guma just doing his job, surviving in the back of the fight, and just poking people down and keeping people alive. Senna is incredibly strong on this patch.
It's one of the hidden upsides of playing into a lane like Kalista Renata as well, is that you do actually trade a ton. So you get way more souls, which allows you to accelerate to the point where...
Uy, mira.
Yeah, already 26 minutes in. So you accelerate early, and obviously you outscale the Kalista to such an insane degree, and the benefit of Guma...
que la chingada.
From like even tankier. And this one is... Barring a complete collapse of T1, this one is pretty, it's pretty over, Valdez. We'll see if they can kill Zeus. There are no TPs.
No ganan eso, son 2 contra 4.
Can they?
I think Zeus is in a lot of trouble here, right? Insane amount of damage going into Deft as he got that Q3 down, but it's 1,000 gold into the hands of Deft. They did it.
They did kill Zeus 1v5, didn't work out. That's a big win. That's gold into the pockets of KT.
It's pretty nice. And now Perfect, he's being focused down, but he's a tank. I mean, that's not where you want your damage to go in.
No barrel.
Carry is incredibly tanky himself, as an ult is going to sail wide from Owner. And yeah, Barrel not being here. It looks like he took some extra time to farm in the bottom lane. I don't know what he was doing down there. Just trying to make sure that the turret went down, but either way, this inhibitor will stay up. T1 will not risk the 4v5.
That's a gold positive trade for KT. Yeah!
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 They did it!
They did do it. They did kill Zeus. No help for him. If he gets one more Q up, definitely dead. And trades 1 for 1, he'd be very happy. Although with Barrel there, it could have bailed out, and it would have been fine nonetheless, I guess.
Yeah.
I wonder what happened to Barrel that he wasn't there. Like maybe, I don't know if he backed like on a ward and Venus got him or something, or...
I wanted to make sure the turret went down, but then...
Yeah.
Even it was like even more delayed after that. I don't know, it was a little weird.
It was a little rough.
Just a little Barrel moments. It happens. It is Barrel.
It is Barrel. He also went, like I said, he actually really come up too much. He actually went for Aftershock here, which was the Guardian you see most often. And a more very tanky build, Slay. Rocket here. Kyoshik on a flank angle. It's just so hard when you get to this point in the game, because Faker is going to poke you. Guma has his summoners available, TP coming in.
Aria's like, yeah, I don't really care about the karma in this case. Ult is going to be utilized on the Perfect, and Zeus is just so huge.
¿Cómo no va a estar fit si ellos me focusean a mí y nosotros focuseamos a Gragas?
Deja tú, ellos fueron a fedear al uno y el Vera no pudieron al otro. Y veo ahora al otro.
we do have Baron here in a minute, so it looks like they will just play for that. Might just pick up a cheeky Ocean Soul on the way, because why not?
The experiments to keep Senna down are again not looking successful.
Yeah.
We've tried Smolder, we've tried outscaling lanes, we've tried aggressive lanes. This doesn't seem to work out as perfect, unfortunately. Carrier's teleport will get cancelled. This is a full tank clear. Into lethality.
No.
No, he doesn't. He doesn't.
Yeah, nah.
Yeah, no. He does have Surreal Dust, to be completely fair. So Zeus, gonna be feeling good about that. And all I'm wondering, Veldas, is when is T1 going to decide to walk down lane and end this game? Because they can, but they're not taking any risks.
Cheeky Soul, cheeky Baron.
And as we all know, all this is setting up for is for this series to be even better in game number 2. Game number 1 didn't really give it one just yet as the teleport comes in. They're contesting.
Yeah, this is over Ocean Soul, so see how this does work out for them. As Perfect's doing a good job of trying to get in there, but now he's getting out of there. Oh, God. As the package comes in, and Deft is just dead immediately. The poor guy has no chance in this game, as Pioshik is going to go down as well. That's 3 of them out of this one. We got TPs all over the map. As Zeus will be looking for the kills, while Faker is looking for the kill on the Nexus. TP coming down here from Perfect into the base. He will try to defend as Owner's just running through the turrets. And yeah, this one is a done deal. Has been for a while, guys, as Faker nearly goes down, but he's just fine in the end. C1 are playing with their food just a bit here. Guma trying to get those max stacks. He's going to end the game at 133 in this one on the Senna, which was given over to him. As I say that, he's getting more and more. 136 as the Nexus will go down, and T1 will take game number 1.
Early plan from KT was very obvious. Draft these aggressive lanes, stack early objectives, and try and never give T1 the opportunity to play the game. They lost second Dragon. That was kind of the end of it. And it wasn't, this wasn't T1, right? And this is something that I think is important to note. There are opportunities for the composition of KT to find comeback fights, to find these really big mid-game skirmishes. They just never really were given the opportunity to. In the moment that the topside fight happened, where they ended up losing the Baron, that was what cemented it.
Carry 300 wins, 3rd support to ever do it in the LCK. And he's just going to try to catch up to Lehen for that.
Crazy to think about that even with how short, relatively compared to the length of the LCK, Lehens and Carrier have been in the league, that they've been able to pick up that many wins. Also, honestly, no idea who gets POG in this one. Zeus obviously had a very quiet early game, but then popped off as he always does. I think Owner, his early control of the fights and his ultimates were really, really exceptional. Faker had 2 really big equalizers. Uma is kind of self-explanatory.
Carrier was Nautilus.
He did do a lot of hooking and ulting people.
Yeah, that was good. Guys, we're done with game number 1. I hope that game number 2 offers just a bit more than what we saw in that first one. But guys, we'll take a break and have the space after. We'll be right back.
Tengo a dos cabrones y nadie vino.
아래 크게 넣을 거야. 이거 우디에 날릴게. 3분에 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 3분에. 많이 줬고.
So what makes you Yordle? I'm glad that you asked. There is no easy path. Sure, Yordles agree in both size and in name, but that doesn't mean we're exactly the same. In Gadgeton, Yordles are all about tech, like Rumble, inventor of flame-spitting mechs. There's bots, electricians, a chemist or two, explosions set off by suspicious shampoo. The Yordles of Greensprout grow lush, wholesome crops. They farm and they garden, they fish and climb rocks. You think you're outdoors, you might lose that bet to Teemo, the Grove's greatest Vandal scout yet. For fresh inspiration, escape to the Isle of artists, musicians, and
1.10 quedó la porquería.
with Lulu to grant you that whimsical
Y abajo solo ponen uno a chingarnos la línea.
Mm.
Esa otra madracito.
Farmville, where Yordles make scarves and warm hats. It's there you'll find knitters and Yumi the cat. This stuff is like magic wherever you walk. Yarn houses, yarn bridges. A yarn talking soft. From surfing to fashion, from acting to math, we've all different passions, our own unique path. Some call us obsessive, some say it's a phase. That one little thing sends us into a craze. When Yordles can't tinker or teach or make
Ay,
art,
mam.
long before our whole world
El daño que hicieron esos petes.
by light or by magic or giant harpoon. But one thing's for sure. That
Severos animales.
what makes us Yordles? We're Yordles together.
6.000, 11.000. Es que tú y yo íbamos bien, pero pendejo no, uno vino a hacer sus cagadas a vos. Lo que hizo el Yasuo más o menos salió bien, pero el no, man. Cortaron bien feo esa pelea por un dragón.
Ya sé, te digo, me focuseaban al Gragas en lugar de focusear al Jhin. Y a mí me focuseaban a mí en lugar de a
Sí, pero pues
nosotros.
no se puede ir no se puede ir con el Jhin.
No sé.
Cuando nos acercamos por el Jhin salió el viejo.
Ah, el viejo como los estaba cuidando.
Ujú.
Hicimos de todo para no morir en los gangs del viejo. Que hizo el Nuno. Fue a fedar a Trux.
Ujú.
Vaya. Para costar 30 pesos. No está muy bueno este chocolate.
¿Cuál es?
Un Hershey's. Que me compré en el metro.
Ah, sí, no, los Hershey no. ¿Sabes que están buenos? Los amargos, los de... Ay, tiene un nombre pero...
No sé, sí. Yo he comprado los Hershey's. O sea, pero digo, para ajustar 30 pesos. A lo mejor los de 10.
Sí, sí. Pero yo me quiero olvidar a chocolate. Ah, yo no, marca Jodindo. No me acuerdo cómo se llama. Marca rara, lo venden ahí en el 3B. Pero es amarguísimo. Sí sabe a cacao.
Tremendo. Entonces, ya tienes ahorrado tu dinerito para comprar la entrada a la final del Apertura LLA.
Joder, creo que no.
A ver a Josecito
¿Cuándo es?
levantar la
¿Cuándo es?
copa. No sé, imagino que en abril, mayo.
Make history. It wasn't. It was pretty straightforward, to be perfectly honest. And I think there are a few glaring things that we might get into in the draft. Wolf, do you want
Pues
to
no
take
han
it away?
mencionado un evento grande, entonces imagino que la final va a ser en el Arts.
¿Hasta cuándo crees que sea?
Finales de abril, principios de mayo, creo.
A ver qué pedo, porque el mayo es el glomío de mi mamá.
Vaya.
Creo que sí. Ojalá
Este año
que
es el bueno.
ya. Hoy venimos con más experiencia internacional.
Sí, los veo ganando clausura y apertura.
Yo los veo ganando nada más el primer partido.
Pues ningún equipo les ha hecho sudar.
Sí, pero también pasó lo mismo en la anterior temporada.
No, pero en la anterior temporada también R7 estaba imparable.
Insano.
Ajá.
Sí, por eso,
Ahorita ya
eso es a
no.
lo que voy. Ambos.
Otra vuelta, Jane.
Eso es a lo que voy. Ambos andaban imparables. Y al final ganó R7. ¿Y qué pasó? Ya R7 perdió los primeros partidos.
No, pero en ese tiempo,
Y no me vengas
creo que voy a llevar
¿Qué
tres
cambiaron del roster? ¿Por qué sigue siendo lo mismo? Hubieran
No.
cambiado el roster de R7 y hubiera ido extra. Hubiera sido lo mismo. Nos hubieran papeado en menos de un tiempo. Hacer más partidos, adiós. Estamos vamos a dar pena. Hasta Brasil.
porque
Hasta
cambió
Brasil
el
la va a
roster
tomar.
de R7.
Por eso.
Cambiaron al mid y cambiaron al top.
Ahora sí.
Si vieras
Oye,
cómo
Martín,
se
no iba a
cogieron
mamada.
al mid de R7.
Es un chiste.
Ya no ten... No, el problema del split pasado es que estaba Lesa y Lesa era un cono. Un cono con patas.
Eso sí te lo creo, no mames, es Lesa. Sí, le sabe la pelear al coreano en mid. Para que te deje pasar. No creo que te hagan nada.
Final a clausura LLA 2024, un primer partido. Minuto 4. Lesa claramente ve en el mapa porque hay un puto guard como el jungla. O sea, por atrás, que lo van a ir por atrás. Uy, que me acerque, dice.
Que les hago un stack.
Nunca vi que Lesa se pudiera soldear a un mid laner 1v1. Ahorita el mid laner que tiene Astral sí lo ha hecho varias veces.
Sí, pero deja tú, es que le hizo el anterior. No mames, hizo una pendejada bien cabrona contra la Cali. Me cae.
Luego hizo muchas jugadas dudosas. Me acuerdo de una de que tenía Ari. Y pues lo tenía para enganchar, para meter el corazoncito y
La falló.
encantarlo. Ajá, flasheó y falló el corazón.
Así te pasó de verga. Ya
Por
me
eso no
falta
ganaron. Muchísima diferencia de mid. Y luego cambiaron al soporte. El soporte principal era la mía. Lo cambiaron por Gaink en la final. En la final. Todo el sprint, el torneo jugando con mía de soporte y me lo van a cambiar en la final. No. Es que Gaink es buenísimo. Van a estar orgullosos de él. Pasó lo mismo que con Poz. Mientras no despidan a nadie a mitad del torneo, ahora sí, es de extra.
Y se va a hacer, ¿no?
Pero pues sí es la cara de extra. Pues le han dado muchos tratos preferenciales.
Porque ya llevaba.
Sí,
Ya llevaba.
la final pasada trajeron a su familia al torneo. Pues obviamente pues no lo pagó, él lo pagó extra. De Argentina los trajeron a México. Obviamente les interesa que siga ahí, pero es porque pues nomás genera muchas views.
Eso sí te lo creo.
Genera más de la mitad de las views de la LLA y más de las mitad de las views de los videos del canal de Estral, de las redes de Estral.
No sé si te lo creo. Tiene una josecita porque él jala más patrocinio.
Sí es.
Ya porque sea bueno no creo, porque hay otros igual de Lang son un poco mejor que José.
I'm actually intrigued as to who's going to pick this one up. Let's bring it onto your screen. It will be the GOAT of the mid lane. 700 POG
Es más por tema de oro que por tema de...
Ay, qué runas me traje con varos. La concha de la lora.
Como quieran. Y ve el otro lluvia de espada.
La cosa es, me hago letalidad.
Llevas cometa, esas madres se llevan con críticos, ¿no?
No, se lleva con letalidad. Es la build del Gumatusi.
Del Gumapusi.
Así es. Gumatusi. ¿Cuántos puntos tienes con el pornofux?
El polno. Ya han de estar mis 40,000, ¿no?
Vaya, yo tengo 466,000.
Severo verbo.
Así es. Muy fácil subir aquí. Podría
Dice
tener
que
más,
yo no
pero
apuesto.
como no estoy, no apuesto.
Yo tampoco
Sí.
pues.
Si no, yo diría que ya iría por los 700,000. Si estuviera en todos los streams que ha hecho. Pero justo cuando regreso a Twitch, ya empecé el servicio. Joder, un mes más y ya se acaba esta tortura.
And speaking of shadows, certainly some shadows in the faces of the KT players as they have now chosen blue. It's now their opportunity to maybe get a center.
I don't think T1's going to leave it up. If I had to guess,
I doubt it. I mean, I trust the Kuma, right? So I doubt it. I mean, also, like, it's just not. If they want to play the KT, like these type of the comp, like, you have to crash way harder in all the game.
Hijos de su puta madre, no tenemos front. Ah, bueno, sí. Pero solamente puedo agarrar a Jhin o a Lux. Nosotros no
Las
sirven.
de ellos son más cabrón porque el boli ultea al Pantheon, no la vi, valimos verga.
Sí,
Que diga el Zed, ultea al Pantheon ni la vi. valimos verga.
Asadin, Bol y Zed pues van a ir por mí.
Lo voy a tener que hacer. Shurelias de primero, yo creo. ¿Otro cómo lo ve? ¿Me hago lo normal?
No sé. Con Lux normalmente es bueno llevar un por de iniciación.
Entonces me hago Shurel.
No sé. Con Karma pues va a ser poke a poke. Voy a recargarnos meta la Kulux.
Mandar.
Ay, perdí el minion.
Sí, pero ya va a ser diferente.
I don't know why you had to remind yourself that. Hopefully I don't see Senna, so I don't get reminded more cotton candy. Zeus is going to get his hate band away. And T1, they do know what to do on red side. They do hit the Senna ban. That will be a different bot lane matchup to come through here for KT, which I think they're going to be very happy about.
Yeah, Talia going to be targeted once again. We did have a Zir banned by T1 on the blue side as their third ban. I wonder if Faker's going to get his hands on the hay pick this game, or if they're going to ban away your third, because that was one of the bans that KT did go for on the red side. They also banned Orianna though, so they're just going to take away the Callista.
Vale.
Wonder what KT wants to prioritize here. Orianna is the standout pick to me. Something that I think ideally you'd like to go towards. Doesn't really have any counters. Goes well with
Mira.
junglers.
Este lo veo.
The alternative would be like Varus maybe. Varus is really high priority. Azir is obvious.
Corre, corre. Ah,
As it is
Ya se iba. Tiene flash.
Perfect, actually gonna get his meteor band away. Sign of respect there to come through. He says like I didn't win lane hard enough. It wasn't good enough.
Yeah, I mean they take away Zeus's Aatrox, so it's 1 for 1. It's only fair. Varus, the selection here for Deft, and now definitely a lot of stuff available. You got Wei, you got Orianna. There's the Smolder still available, especially with Senna and Kallistic on. That could be something you can look towards. What will be the choice? Might want to take away the Nautilus as well, and not give it over to KT for Varus and Nautilus, which is a very strong duo.
Orianna Nord makes a ton of sense. Doesn't lock you into anything specifically. Still gives you plenty of counter pick opportunity. Nope, not gonna be the case. Gonna be the Cassante forcing perfect off of his two favorite champions, Udyr and Cassante, while still giving a lot of power. We've been kind of distracted by our dislike of Sante due to Senna coming to the
Uy, viene vole.
that Pharaoh will be able
Sí,
to
sí,
play.
sí, corre, corre, corre.
Not going to be the farming variety here, but still going to be a very strong pick. BDD. Expect this to be regular over here. The grass position
Vamos, le llevo el-
pick up double POG with, I think is a lot better when you play it into melee matchups, not when you try to play it into something like the Orianna, which has a really impressive laning phase. Don't know what Faker's win rate / win streak is in Orianna, but still it's something ridiculous. It's something to see in Orianna.
We saw, I think it was Call Me. Go
¿Cómo vas a gankear un Timobi? Él no va a carrear.
not into the Orianna yesterday. So another option if you kind of want to go half and half and still be a little bit tanky. And
Love that.
yeah,
Perfect. As we know, it's good on this pick. It's a pick that should be able to do onto Cassante if you're able to get to mid-later stages in the game. And the Vi pick up here. Imagine T1 is gonna want to ban the Kenshin.
Si necesitas vaquear, vaquear. Luke lo va a vaquear.
Leave it open and then pick it here on R4, and then pick it up for yourself and just pair it with any of the hyper carries that are still available. Your laning phase is going to be tough, but I think that Kench specifically
Adiós,
makes
Konoku.
life so miserable that it warrants a look at the very least. And Vi, Orianna, as we know, quite a strong combo there. Great ball delivery systems, 2-1 right from the get.
very targeted. Has been coming back into the meta here in 14-3. And they will take that one away from Guma.
What's it gonna be, T1? Final ban away here. Gonna be Viego, so maintaining the pressure on Pioshik's jungle pool, not allowing him to play any of those. Could go to Xin again, but the Zinza was rather underwhelming. Vi, or a Poppy rather, is another opportunity to go for. Those in theory allow you to play a really good defensive role for your team. As the Smolder pickup, Guma gonna be the main character in my T1 in 2024?
That's crazy. And Smolder, as we know, is incredibly strong once you hit 225 stacks. And
Tiene 6.
they ban away the
No, no
Lucian
lo veo.
instead, which has kind of fallen away.
Ya se fue.
Oh wow.
Other picks such as Smolder.
Yo no me voy a poco.
¡Ay, cabrón!
Uy,
But they could just go heavy dive and try to shut it down like we did see yesterday. Come Life Esports was able to do that very effectively against poor Jiwoo.
Hola.
If you feel like all your eggs are in the T1 basket, might not be a bad idea. I think the main issue with Kench
Voy a
specifically
sentar,
is
idiota.
that due to the amount of AoE backline dive that's available for T1, it might feel like it's too much. I'll go with Alistair instead, still allowing a way for Carriat to provide the heal, but might have a little bit of a better time in the mid to late. Also providing
te empuja la oleada de paso.
Sí, sí.
With the Kench, obviously, you don't really care.
Ah, no, pues wow.
So definitely a couple of ways for T1 to play aggressively, but also defensively and wait and scale up and get their Orianna and Smolder to a spot where they'll be very powerful, but then reliable engage, as you did mention. Whereas on the side of KT Rolster, definitely going to be looking to
Va a ir
get
el
in
Pantheon.
there and try to shut
Llega el
down
Pantheon, boy.
somewhat the mobile carries. Smolder not as much as the Orianna.
Mira el otro.
Try to essentially push them out of the game.
Gonna feel a lot better about this one. I imagine if you're a KT fan, don't feel like you have quite the same level of pressure on you this composition. Even though
Lo vi, no hizo nada.
I think can actually go the distance. So not gonna feel reliant on stomping the early game, while still having a decent amount of early game agency. It's not like you don't have any power with a Varus in the bot lane. Might turn that into some early dragons. Do have to get to level 6 for a lot of the maps already unlock. Both Azir and Wukong in particular are going to be somewhat reliant on that. But the mid to late game team fight for this comp looking a whole lot better here. You can get the Nara ahead, could be a win condition as well.
Yeah, maybe some more pressure onto Perfect. Gonna be curious to see how he will play in a Zeus this time around as we're ready to hop onto the Rift for game number 2. sign that was like, I remember Pioshik, Deft, Barrel, November 6th, 2022, San Francisco. Pretty good sign. Hoping to bring back some of those memories here for Game 2, because Game 1 was a disaster.
It really was.
It's not a good game, and I'm hoping that this one is a bit more competitive.
One can only hope. We have seen that Lethality Varus actually beat Smolder when piloted by Viper. So just do that.
Yeah.
Just be as just do that.
Just do that.
How much was it? 70K?
Yeah. 70,000 down. Viper. And look at this. Faker against BDD and against Deft. These three guys have all played 100 games against each other at the same time. And Faker's playing Orianna, BDD's playing Azir.
It's perfect.
Deft is playing Varus.
Yeah, it should have been Jinx from that efficiency, really.
Or at least Caitlyn.
Oh, that would have been
It's
No. Uy,
I really like
salvaste.
I feel like he doesn't really have
No, iba a jugar más para acá.
He just
De todas maneras se va a ir.
he can go for different builds, tailor it to the situation. Has great follow-up for team fights, particularly with the variation that we go for here, which is probably the late blade. So decent amount of early laning pressure, and then chain your CC into barrels. That's good.
Yeah. Guma just kind of stepping into that one, and Barrel's immediately there to punish him. He did go for the greedier Smolder start, which is the non-Doran's ring Q start, as BDD is in a lot of trouble. Oh, he's just dead. Okay, that was quick. Owner comes up, clears the top side of his jungle, has some red buff, flashes on top of BDD, who can't even react.
And he just gets back to clearing his That's optimal pathing.
Oh boy, Deft in a bit of trouble here as Keria sets it up, and already we have KT in trouble. Deft will survive, which is very good for his sake.
Ooh, might actually end up working out there, because Deft not dying is quite big. Because a V-Still or a Barrel Rep still has a sums available, whereas the same can't be set for Luna and Keria. Pioshik trying to fight Owner here. I don't know about that one.
Owner doesn't have Smite, but certainly Owner is in a much better spot health-wise versus Pioshik. Although Barrel is trying his best to try to zone him away as Pioshik has to flash, but now the hook comes in and Gooma's over the wall. Deft is in some trouble as one auto will get it done. Pioshik is super low as well. Oh God, I wanted this game to be more competitive. Not like this. 3 kills into the hands of T1 on the bottom lane and 3 minutes into the game on
Maldita
the Smolder lane, and Owner's just 3-0. What? I asked for more competitive, not less competitive.
Well, clearly you didn't put in the right request, Valdez.
I messed something up.
This is that kill in mid lane, really well done by that duo of Owner and Faker. Faker sets it up, Owner knocks it down. You can come back from that.
What is this?
That's 2022 regular season Barrel, baby. Re-engage with the hook. Guma having the presence of mind, knowing that there's no sums available on his counterpart, just flaps over the wall. Meaning Deft doesn't have any safety, meaning KT doesn't have the prerequisite DPS to actually win the skirmish. And I don't know why Pioshik was trying to kill the buy early when you're Wukong and you can... I mean,
they had them pushed under turret and Barrel was trying to get in there and help. So like, you can kind of see, okay, we're going to use this pry, we're going to try to push Owner out. He did go for that earlier game, but yeah, it was still very risky, is something you could say. As Jonas Strong is trying to tell us here that Keria executed himself on the turret, I guess. He keeps zooming in on the Alistar, he's just zooming in on the turret.
Yeah, because Keria has a death.
Yeah, it's like, huh, where did that death come from? Wasn't from the fight.
That is peak storytelling from our observer team there from the LCK.
Thank you, Jonas Strong.
Him and the boys do a great job. We can talk about that now, because this game, Valdez, it's not looking so good. This is not my telecom war.
Yeah. Saturday Showdown.
I was promised excitement. I was promised gameplay.
Sometimes you can't force the games to be good. Hey, if AT come back from this, that would be... It's going to take a lot. There you go. Especially because, you know, Faker's playing very comfortably. He's also 8-0 on this pick so far. Nobody has been able to beat him on this one.
No, this is not the energy we need, though. That's what no, I know Smolder's fed.
Smolder's fed.
Yeah, I know Owner is 3-0.
And Guma went for the, again, he went for the greedy build, which is Q first, not going W to help out in the lane, not going Doran's ring. And he gets away with it. Flying colors. Now, Keria might not get away from this one, as he will have to sacrifice himself to try to keep Guma alive, which he will do. Nice little gank set up here by the side of KT.
This is how the comeback starts, Veldes. That's what this game is in service of now, as we do give Pioshik an early kill. We're obviously going to skill really, really nicely with those. Good punish of the lack of flash. T1 will be able to pick up a Mountain Drake, but 2 more of those.
Guma does not have the ability to flap, and so he will just take some damage, but doesn't really seem to care. The big thing about the Smolder, as well as that his wave clear is pretty good, and it only gets much, much better. So, you know, even if you're trying to push him under turret, you're trying to harass him out of lane, it's very difficult to do so.
I do want to highlight that while the bot lane and mid lane situation is somewhat of a disaster, with Owner's position being known for most of this, Perfect actually has been doing a really good job. And this is to be expected, but I think it's still worthy to highlight given that this player, when coming into the LCK, really was very obviously a rookie. The rest of the team, we've been talking about this in interviews as well, you know, like he's nervous. We try and give him as much support as he needs. So seeing him actually utilize a counter matchup is quite cool. Pioshik, you're a level down, but Beryl is there.
He's got Beryl this time, and you know what? Owner's in a lot of trouble, as he does have his flash, uses his ult on top of that. He's going to queue over the wall, and he holds on to his flash. Doesn't even have to use it, as BDD will have to divide away from Keria, who's being very annoying there. BDD was not quite able to help out in the trade, but now with Perfect and the Prile from the top side, they should be able to take this red buff away.
KT is not giving, they're playing into the arc. They're keeping our expectations as low as humanly possible.
Right when we fully gave up on them, they're like,
we
hey,
really did.
It's time.
Oye,
Now we're going to play League of Legends.
Sí está corriendo.
We do see
Menos mal.
6 of that. Owner not going to get his red buff. Still not going to be too sad about the state of his jungle. But big win for KT.
Seguro. No puedo ir. A esto, a esto.
Sí, 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 farmea. Ahorita te conviene farmear. Son dejando la línea.
Sí, sí, pero que lo que me refiero es que yo no puedo ir ahí.
Sí,
Soy
sí,
ADC, no mid laner.
Faker, really good roam there. The butterfly effect from the earlier scuffle that we had where BDD adds a defensively ult, meaning that it's harder for him to maintain prio, meaning it's harder for him to keep Faker locked in lane. Which, again, it's Oriana. We don't really expect it to be locked in lane. The laning phase is so oppressive. And Guma, after so many games, finally gets to have a moment. He gets to farm plays. Gets to be a fun Elder Dragon. And here, you see Baron Deft really wanting to look for the 2v2, not knowing that it is in fact not a 2v2. The 2v2 they could have won. The 3v2, impossible. It's going to be Faker picking up a kill as well.
Yeah. So, nicely set up there by the side of T1. The wave was being held nicely by Guma down on the bottom side of the map. So you can see they were just trying to get some vision, trying to exert some pressure, and it came back to bite them. In case the KT bottom lane, of course. As now, Ghost trying to get in there, but Owner, he's just doing the bubs. And he will be able to pick up 6 in this game, as well as picking up the first dragon. So they don't even need an early game comp, they just need early game wins in terms of the early trades that have gone their way.
No,
They're going to pick this up without any issue. She mentioned Veldes, Zay's standing guard. It's also the mid lane prio still available. Do you think Pioshik was spotted? So Faker should be fine, or has his flash available as well with the existence of Owner near his top side. Not going to be feeling too bad. Yeah, they do know. Just another confirmation. Pioshik looking for a play on the Faker there, but not going to lead into anything. And it's not quite as rough. Interestingly, after the early kill and after the fact that the lane phase for anyone outside he actually is looking pretty decent here. Perfect in particular, really able to build up a decent gold lead here is what is keeping KT in the game. And they don't need to win early quite as much. I still don't think you want to go up late game against Orianna. And Guma has 75 stacks at 11 minutes. That's fairly accelerated. Wow. And this is the benefit of what you were saying earlier, the fact that you don't feel obligated to go for the Doran's Ring, and the early points in W mean that you get to level your Q more. He's looking good on those stacks.
He's also had a lot of free time with waves, so he can just kind of hold it and wait for his Q to come off
Yes,
down, so he can just stack it rather than desperately trying to clear waves against, you know, being pushed in by the Varus Nautilus. And that's just kind of all due to the lane state and the game state, I should say, and the way that it has played out. As Zeus is beginning to have a bit more luck in the stop side, he's not going to hit that knock up and kite it away just a bit. He is down a lot of CS at this point, nearly 30. So there's the wave going into Zeus. And he doesn't seem to care because the rest of the map is winning for the side of T1, and they will take down a second wave as well.
What's it going to be here?
Ocean Soul.
No.
Oh, Camtex.
Hey!
Sorry, yeah. Bottom lane could be in a little bit of trouble as Keria is going for a little walk.
Arrow, that's bait. You got to know. Oh, they... Oh, okay. That's not bad. It's an okay trade.
Pretty interesting that T1 didn't try to force that, but maybe not knowing exactly where BDD and Pyosik were. Just want to play it safe.
Chemtech, that's good for KT. That's what you want. That means that you don't actually have to care about trade. And hey, 2K Gold League's a big deal now, but it's about, you know, 10, 15 minutes. 15 if T1 is quick on the trigger and you need to find for Elder, that's fine. That's surmountable. That's doable, Valdez. That's really what we're looking towards.
Generally, the team with Smolder is trying to hold on and not lose the Chemtech Soul or the Soul at all.
I need some leeway.
Uh-oh, we got Perfect in a lot of trouble here. He's being CC'd to death, and he will get his hop off and immediately get ulted in the face. Doesn't even bother flashing, as it was a very nice and clean setup there from Owner and Zeus to take down the top laner.
Good call from Perfect not to use Flash there. Was never going to get him out, particularly with Owner still having Flash available. Pyosik is stealing away that buff. This is the problem that has plagued many a team into T1. Zeus taking a beating in lane, all the credit to Perfect. But generally, Zeus needs one of these moments, and now he has a kill. He's going to get 2 blades, and he is going to be even, and maybe even slightly ahead, because Perfect only got a single blade. At the kill on top of that, and he's going to be completely fine from here on out. Probably will be able to build the lead back up. These are the moments where we often see the game kind of turn 2.5K gold lead, 2.7 now, in the favor of T1.
Deft, pretty scared. We haven't seen Mom be used just yet by Guma. He's just holding on to that one. Generally used to clear waves. Usually being under turret, but instead just holding on to it. Where if the team fight does break out, but you can see that KT not exactly confident about taking a fight on the bottom side of the map. So it's just free farm for the Smolder, as it will be this Rift Herald given over to the side of KT Rolster. Pyosik just gonna clone away from that one. Perfect is level 11 and should know that Keria could be up here.
Objective times have actually been quite nice from KT. When they contest, because they've gotten like the small ones and a Herald. You know, red buff here, a Grump contest early, which I'd rather not speak of. Set this game on a rather unfun path. But first item spikes are being hit. Perfect has his Triforce now. Deft, as we saw earlier, sitting on the Venus, give it a lot of added safety, which he is going to need, because if Owner ults it, he's probably just like 127 stacks already.
Yeah. I think he's going to hit 225 by 20. He might just get there.
Yeah, that's bad.
We had, I think it was Viper hit 210 stacks by like 20 minutes. And that was really fast. So
Yeah, it is really fast.
once we get to this point of the game where you hit 125, it's pretty easy to farm them up. Top lane is still just being a top lane. Farming. He's still 20 stands behind, but he got the 2 plays and a kill. Feeling still pretty good about the situation.
It's an improvement of game 1. Because yes, they're down 2 dragons. Yes, Smolder is stacking for free. But they do genuinely have really good ways of getting on top of this Smolder and not letting him play the game. Between Nodal Assault, backline dive with both, Perfect and Piochic, and then BDD with the shuffles.
Barrel is in a little bit of trouble here. The Shockwave is going to miss, though.
Well, that's big. That might be enough for KT to start stacking a dragon. If they want to contest heavily here, no Shockwave available. Could be an angle.
They could begin to get some Chemtech Drakes.
That would be nice. They need something. Something, Valdez.
Yeah.
Uy, iba por ti.
It's all right. We do have Piochic looking for a little charge on into the mid turret. We're not going to see any Cuz maneuvers, as he is the best driver declared by us yesterday. But yeah, KT is going to set up for this objective. We do see that T1 are hanging around. Barrel is very much behind enemy lines. Do not know about this, but now they're going all in onto Owner, gets knocked over the wall, but Salt back over, still goes down though. Very nice snipe here from Death, but BDD's in an awful spot in the front line and was in a lot of trouble. Perfect in the mini Gnar as the 3-man knockout comes in from Keria as he knocks Death straight into the danger zone. At the same time, Keria really shoring up the end point of that fight. And now KT is just on the run. Away from this tiny little dragon. He's getting very fed. Already 163 stacks now as Keria's looking for a bit more. Not going to hit the knock-up at the end of this fight. But still a winning fight for T1 as Faker will take a mid-tier 1 potential.
Some serious heavy lifting from Keria in that fight there. And crucially, even though they end up getting Owner, a lot has to be invested, and Perfect never ends up getting Mega. If they have Mega enough for that fight, I think it is one. I think it equalizes the game, and everything looks a lot better. So Owner ends up getting shuffled over. Again, this is a lot of investment, and they do pick up the vibe, but the amount of damage that comes through immediately means that BT is down, and Zeus gets Perfect into the enemy line, and Keria, not only does he keep the backline from KT from doing any damage, he then also hand delivers Deft with one of the few remaining damage sources because BDD already went down and because Perfect came into that fight as mini Gnar and was blown up relatively early. So that 1-2 of Zeus and Keria and the way that they used their CC gonna mean a big win for T1.
Yeah.
They get Soul Point here. Things are looking dire, Feldes.
And you know why BDD was out of position is because he went over the wall to try to all in onto Owner. Which, you know, they got him. They did. Credit to them, they did. It was a nice little snipe from Deft at the end. His light, but then BDD was in the middle of 4 people and immediately got.
They got him before.
¿Corre para acá?
He was out.
Ahí ven, iba el panteón.
Like you had won. He was gone. He was not going to be able to make his way back.
Siempre
into
puedes
the pit.
coger
There
el
was
Big
no-
Mama.
BDD was the one who went over first and shuffled him over
No,
the wall.
no, yeah.
So,
But even before,
it just felt a little bit like they had found their moment. They were so excited, and they went very deep in to get the pick, which they got, without considering how out of position they were going to be. And all kind of stacked up against between the two walls as well makes Alistair's life very easy. Like, credit to Keria, it was a very nice timing, got the awesome flash Q to knock up 3 people, but also, you know, KT just kind of bunching up there and not having the Mega Gnar as you mentioned.
yeah, it's the classic. You know, they could, but should they? No.
Yeah.
No. It's not over yet, Valdez, because it's just a Chemtex. It's not that big a deal if they end up getting it. Still have great team fighting, but I do think they get one more, and after that the gold lead is going to become too much of an issue for them to
¿Cómo sientes tu
really fight
gameplay,
their way back
Néstor?
into the game. I don't want that. I want free games. I want
No
my
puedo hacer
Saturday
mucho.
showdown, my telecom
El Timon no
war.
está split pushando las
I also think
silence.
the show
Está yendo full mid.
Yes. Something needs to
La
show
vi en
up.
lugar de farmear sus campamentos, debería estar farmeando los
Not show up,
campamentos de
but showdown.
Wally.
Poli.
He's at 197, by the way, so
Yeah, didn't quite hit the 225.
Yo que tú me entraba.
That's very difficult, but it's still extremely accelerated, we could say.
still is.
Yeah. And
A la Silence, estúpido Timo.
utilize into Nongshim Smolder
¿Por qué te vas mid? Yo ya estoy ahí.
Vi.
Hey,
Stuff
Dragon.
where it's like, okay, so you press R and everybody is on top of the Smolder. And there are some parts, especially the Nautilus and the Wukong, that can
Sí, pero por ejemplo ese farm ya lo podría estar farmeando.
necessarily
No sé qué hace aquí.
strong of a dive comp. Plus, Hololive he's
Nada más dijo que el set va a tirar segunda torre de mid por no ir.
made it just look even more dire for the Smolder. It's going to be pretty difficult. Also, the fact that Zeus now is fed, you got Owner who's pretty fed, you have Faker who is doing a great job of mid. So there's just so many threats on the side of T1 that even if you do take out the Smolder,
TP for red?
yeah, looks like a TP maybe for a
Ay no.
fight as that's an interesting mom call. Mom got a little bit distracted. But everybody on the side of TP just flies out of there.
Maybe a miscommunication. Guma tried to tell his mom where everyone was and then they left. And then mom was like, even still? Yeah. Okay.
Corre, cuestión
Guess I
Timo
have to
rabioso.
Yeah.
Use my fiery breath on no targets, which is very sad, but looking at the cooldown, I think Guma's going to be feeling too bad. As a amount of ability, he's already level 2 on the ultimate. So he's fine. He's okay.
And by the time they fight over the Baron or the Chemtech Soul, he will have 225 if he doesn't have it already. So he is going to be in that insane state. Should nearly have 3 items as well, working towards that rapid fire cannon.
If he has RFC and 225 stacks for the next fight, whew, I think he will.
I think he will. We did see BDD was doing a nice amount of damage when everybody was standing on top of his soldiers, but in total in this game does not have much. But he did finish his Leandries, so maybe can make the difference in this next fight.
They have to. If they do fight, which I don't know if they want to, maybe you just let this one go and accept that you will not be getting your hands on the dragon as 224 we have being hit here. So realistically, Guma is going to hit it here on this next wave.
It always feels like somewhat of a celebration. It's like, hey, he did it.
We made it!
It's Christmas morning.
He doesn't have RFC though, so there is a glimmer of hope.
He's got the money for it. He's sitting on quite a lot, although I wouldn't back now with the Drake about spawn.
This is the only nothing for KT. We do items fight. Death, BDD for Neotic, and for Perfect. Might be as good as things get. All or nothing here. TP coming in, they know. I'm trying to this time, Mega Narbar actually not looking too bad.
Yeah, it's pretty well timed, but look at the damage that's coming out already on Apyoshi. He just gets caught out in the front line as Bob will be called down on top of death, but we do have Owner in a lot of trouble. They do isolate him and essentially see him to death. He was not able to flash out of that one. Now T1 have to reconsider their options here in a 4v5. They have done a lot of damage to KT, but that big pick onto the jungle could be nice for KT to at least delay things for now.
T1 is one of the only teams that consistently does this, where they are a member down here still contesting this aggressively. Good TP coming in from BDD.
And they're so healthy.
And they are still, again, a member down.
Y no terminaron con eso, what the fuck. ¿Qué están haciendo?
Jugando el League of Legends.
I'm not sure. No, TP getting
No tenemos daño, lo que hice fue por los looks.
Let's see how this one
En
goes.
vez de dejarme solito como en el...
Will they even try to steal it away? There's a kind of half-hearted cue from Zeus.
Igual no se terminaba.
Yeah, now they're just gonna run towards the Baron and
Que no.
threaten it at least. They have Owner up.
Porque yo lo digo.
But I think they're gonna.
Eres un
They're
pete.
just gonna do it.
There's no vision.
Tú también, los asquerosos 7-7.
Things are
Así
going down.
es, te fuiste con el mid.
They don't know. They have
Me
seen
fui una
Otro
vez.
DC, ya se habría
Me
estado.
fui
Ahorita
una
otro
vez.
DC ya habría estado
Una
0 de 10.
Let them know.
We're gonna move into
Me fui una vez, maldito, una vez un ratito.
No es
Y ni siquiera
cierto.
fue por el mid, fue por las larvas. No, fue por el heraldo. El resto de la línea me quedé contigo, solo nos movimos por el dragón.
Pues ya háganlo, hijos de la chingada, el set está abajo.
¿Qué lo están haciendo? Uy, qué bien.
Ya, güey.
Gabriel with the setup there gets on top of Depth. Depth doesn't get to play the game. This is why we mentioned maybe it's a Kench angle, because otherwise it becomes so incredibly hard to play out to actually get anything going there. T1, they give up the dragon, but they get the Baron in return. They're gonna take that
Ay,
trade.
qué perro.
If it was Soul, maybe not the best of trades even for Captain. I think that's arguable, but we go
Casi
way
te
back here.
mueres.
The combo,
Ya sé,
both
Lux pega mucho.
ultimate from Owner and Faker being used on only BDD, then doesn't end up
Ya la
dying.
peleé.
It's a really hefty investment, but it's displayed right here. Because of the CC change from the Alistar,
Ay,
even
la dicha.
with the flash that Owner has to invest, like, he still ends up going down. The Mom on top, yeah, definitely
Borrados
doesn't
todos.
really matter. And here, Perry also ensuring that Perfect doesn't get to get like mega mash to the wall.
Yeah.
And BDD can there's just no space.
It was kind of sad when Barrel was trying to peel for death at the end of that, and he couldn't because Owner just flashed over him, and then he died in about the span of 0.3 seconds. It was like, oh, I guess this is what non-farming Nautilus looks like in this game state. You just immediately get burned by the extremely overfed Smolder, who probably has 4 items after that fight. I mean, Guma, 5-0 and 5 in this game. He's sitting on 3.5 items. I'm sure he's pretty happy about his situation at this point. See when they take the Baron, and just looking to take out all the objectives that they can. 2,000 gold ahead in terms of
¿Qué
current.
día es? ¿Sábado, verdad?
Not over yet.
Sí, ya es
Velvet.
sábado.
One more fight.
The Nexus hasn't exploded, Chronicler. You are correct.
Al fin, viejo Peles. Ya los extrañamos.
El daño de la Lux.
Yes, there's Smolder.
Más que el del
The
Jin.
baby Elder Dragon
Sí.
breathing fire down their base. Yes, there is a fat
¿Pero de qué le sirve, ve? Perdió.
Porque teníamos un Pantheon hiperfedeado, si no se perdía.
Smolder entered the scene.
Ahí tengo con toda la ventaja que le dieron, no sabía qué hacer.
¿Cómo no? 13-7. 23-7. Y tú, 7-8. Cierra los asqueroso así.
Ni no me dieron ventaja. Yo fui a
No,
weak side.
Nos dejaron weak. Sí, sí, sí. Al patio que lo estaban campeando, ¿ve? Pero pues también entienden eso. Las vacularvas son importantes.
Ajá. Un comentario de un humilde platón. ¿Te parece sale? Los vacuolarvas son importantes. Puras mamadas.
Sí,
Los
pero-
vacuolarvas no sirven si nosotros nos quedamos atrás.
No, a lo que voy es de que pues, es lo que más están sacando ahorita. Lo están sacando. O sea, sí viene bien con campeones que hacen split, como el Yorick, como el Fan. Bueno, con cabrones que le van a pegar solo a la torre. Pero pues todos lo están sacando sí o sí. Porque el dragón siempre lo tenemos disponible tú y yo. Pero nadie quiere hacer el dragón ahorita.
¿No? Y por eso
Así
siguen
que
en
siempre
platino
nos van a
atorados.
dejar, pero nos van a dejar a... Si antes nos dejaban en Wixsite, ahorita peor de esto, porque van a sacar pura vacularva, pura vacularva. Hasta que no le muevan o hasta que vean que no, pues ya no sirven.
They did take an early 3v3 that did not have to happen.
Así
Shouldn't
que
have happened,
vete.
basically, and definitely put the game very
Vete
early
acostumbrando.
on a highway of pain and disappointments.
Uh-oh. We got some Megacone action, gotta love it. Actually creating some good action in this case. First time I've seen it, as now Mom will be called down just to burn BDD
Eso
just a
sí,
bit.
hoy estuve para el stream de la bonita.
Flank here. We do have the Azir turret up, so
¿Quién no prendió las dos?
they will back towards this dragon.
¿Mm?
Okay. Yuma's on
Prendió
stop.
bien temprano, prendió
Maybe
las
that's
dos.
enough.
Sí,
No,
sí,
it's not. They're gonna give it up. It's just Chemtexel. It's fine. Just get a turret.
¿Cree
La
que es
bonita.
sábado?
That wave position isn't good.
Algunos trabajamos.
Get Krugs. Get Krugs.
Get Krug.
No.
Krugs.
Hell
Hoy
yeah.
pensé que me iba a echar de huevón 2 horas en el trabajo. Nada más la encargada de
Y que
donde
no.
estoy me vio.
11
Y me dijo, a ver, ven para acá. Me puse a hacer otra cosa.
Damage. And decreased damage. Yeah, below 50% health.
No pude huevear a gusto.
So, there is one champ that really does love the
Pobrecito, lo vio y lo regañaron la chamba.
and it is that man at the
No,
top
pues ya había terminado mi chamba.
trying to go for the mid turret.
¿Qué te pueden hacer más chamba?
At this point in time,
Sí.
but they don't seem to need it.
Es que ya había pasado una vez.
Tech Soul and the
Y ahí sí,
power
me salí con la mía. No hice nada en 2 horas.
to eventually take this one down. They also
Pero
have
estaba
6
como de, bueno, son 3, voy a hacer lo mismo otra vez, no voy a hacer nada.
objectives.
Y que me dice, ven para acá.
Sparrow's in some trouble.
Igual, me tomó 1 hora.
Perfect is actually
Ya
pretty
tuve
nice.
40
Now we get
minutos
a big
para mí.
knockup. Immediately Barrel is taken back into that back line as Smolder's just doing way too much here as Bob will be called down. BDD
Del
though still alive,
Gumatusi.
looking for his angle. He tries
Jugando
to,
Smolder.
immediately just gets bursted down 100-0.
Y tú no, ¿por qué le tienes miedo al éxito?
BDD tried so hard
No, sí lo podría
to
jugar.
find that 1-0 moment like he normally does.
¿Y por qué no lo
El
haces?
Smolder está rotísimo. Como le cuesta al crono ganarle al Smolder si el juego se va late game.
Sí, porque ahora la pendejada de escalado, listo.
Y por eso ejecuta. También hubo una partida en el deck de Ale en la que nomás como fedieron al pinche Smolder. Solito ya cargó la partida en late game. A Cracker se fue Shaco.
And with that,
No pudo hacer nada.
I think a lot of the
Grande Cracker.
feelings that
Pero también se ve la diferencia de soporte.
when
El mod de Lewis es mejor soporte.
have faded away after the Hanwha series.
No, Cracker es mejor soporte.
Que Cracker iba a jungla.
Cracker es bot.
Otro güey era mi soporte. No me acuerdo cómo se llama. Era un
Ah.
pete.
Better in draft in game 1 and in gameplay, but in game 2 it really was just the early
Wow,
stage
tradujeron un
where
doujin, que como me
really
encanta.
out that they had zero answer for.
Y mira, ya ganó T1.
I also personally
Vivan los
Nada
T1.
nuevo.
believe that T1 was given a lot of extremely powerful picks in draft 2.
Abajo
Again,
Genji.
like you said, I don't think that's the reason why
Ja.
Genji lost. Certainly that early game
De
was
hecho, es el siguiente juego.
a bit of a sore spot. Maybe
T1
GG contra
Genji.
Fox.
happy feelings after game number 1 that did spill over into the next game as Barrel was trying to make a
T1
play,
contra
but
Gage.
yeah, wasn't meant to be. T1 kept calm, cool, collected, and they did take the series pretty handily in this one. You can see the guys here on the side of T1. little smolder sneeze. I like it. Except we didn't get a giant flaming ball of fire afterwards, which I would have liked to see as well, Guma.
Really would have loved
Piensa al respecto, Fumatusi.
Yeah, where's the ball of fire?
What's the pyrotechnics?
Si lo hubiera
League of
querido.
Legends. Would have been good.
Where's the mom from the sky?
Yeah, I don't know if I am gonna draw the line him not being able to summon a giant flame-breathing dragon. I think that's okay.
Joder.
Don't let your dreams be memes.
Okay, well, I clearly have to go back to magician school.
Yo con la
to
comprensión de la realidad completamente alterada, creyéndome Zeus.
There wasn't quite the same
¿Te vas a
as
ir
game
jungla?
number 1 when it comes
No.
to
¿Tiene
draft,
gato?
but when we saw this, I think we knew, Velda.
Entonces,
Nada más.
I think we both knew what was about to happen.
This is the biggest issue, right?
Mm.
Just getting way too over-aggressive.
¿cuándo será que el Zeus se saque eludir bien cerdo?
I mean, that's part of the
Ya
reason
lo
why he
hizo.
did it, but
Ese sí.
did not work out for
No la vi.
BDD
Sé
got
que lo
into a
sacó,
rough
pero no
spot
vi el
here. He gets
partido.
bombed in the face. Immediately dies. We have perfect.
¿Cómo me cago cuando llevan
over the
el...
wall
porque nada más lo hacen
area, gets the
tanque?
three-man knockup, and then this fight is over.
Y es bien aburrida la build de tanque en
If
esto, no
Perfect
mames.
gets like a few more autos
Pues
up,
sí.
maybe it's mega.
Son
Maybe
challengers
it's
coreanos,
fine.
saben que uno de como tú lo llevas, no va a servir ahí.
They win
¿Cómo
the
no?
battle.
Bueno, ir con fast veloz, pues su puta madre,
Nice
mira
angle
lo
from
que
the
hace.
area. Definitely
Carlitos,
speaking
platino
on
1.
the Alistair this time around. Multiple flash setups
¿Sabes por qué es gracioso?
essentially turned the
Porque
game
sí.
around in their favor. Didn't go hex
Sí,
first.
es que lo estoy en esto.
Platino 1.
Sí, ¿y cómo me llamo?
ADC, cámbiame, no me fijé.
No puedo ser jungla.
Zeus, he played Cassante. He tanked a lot of damage.
Dile, ¿qué quieres decir?
As he needed to.
No, dile, ¿qué vas a decir?
Final fight. Given how fed Guma was, as long as he could just
Sagrojin.
about threat, never really was
Ya, pero no se
able
puede
to
cambiar
do this.
campeón.
And the flash there.
Ya sé.
Sure he doesn't get shuffled back. BD with the Hail Mary will be enough. And then they're just styling on him.
Bueno, así te digo. ¿Y cómo me llamo en historia?
Smolder, I told you to get kills,
sé.
and you didn't
Me
get
llamo
kills. You
Carlos.
don't deserve the kills.
Ah, ya.
Here at the end of this game, you guys can probably tell.
Arre, troll.
Gumayushi
¿Ves? Se puede cambiar campeones.
¿Ah, sí?
Pero pues sí, pero pues él no tiene G, ¿no? Que digan, no tiene velocidad, cámbiale.
¿Cómo?
A ver si quiere. Con la flechita.
Yeah. Actually, clean 2-0, nothing to see here.
No, 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 no. Hijo de la chingada.
Looks like the first one, T1
El otro casi.
down and KT Rollster. They looked good when they got the 10 Gen G. Team, so it'll be interesting to follow KT the rest of this round robin. Guys are done here on the cast for now.
Ay, no.
Space to break down that game number 2.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. And yes, less than
Pinche Evelyn.
whimper there from KT. Unfortunately, just torn apart in back-to-back games by T1. They did manage to pass one test.
Bueno, yo soy el ADC jungla.
On the red side. That led to them getting a whole bunch of really good stuff. And Hooney, Wolf, take me through what this draft looked like in the end.
I mean, bottom line here is it's a really similar draft to what they did in game 1, where on the other side, you have
Igual,
Sage,
esta tira
who's
remake.
going to be a big threat later on if you don't punish,
Okay.
get that mid-game lead. They had winning lane top side with
Que
the
me sacó esta
Gnar.
cosa.
They had the Azir, which, you know, was not the greatest part of this draft, but like you're playing Varus, you're trying to get ahead in the bottom side. And it's just once again,
No,
KT
buenísimo.
isn't good enough to actually get it done.
¿Sí se
and get
puede
it
cambiar
done
campeón?
early.
¿Qué cosas?
There's a lot of mistakes.
¿De qué rato se puede? Ya tiene, ching.
De haberlo sabido me hubiera dicho qué campeón quería.
Te
Me
estoy
dijo.
diciendo que le digas, te estoy diciendo que le digas que qué va a llevar.
Ah, es que tú no te escuchaba.
Nunca me
Sentía
escuchas.
como un mosquito me estaba hablando.
Pero ve el lado bueno, te llevaste G.
Pero a qué precio. Hasta perder la rank. La partida en la que ya me lo dejan, me salen con esta blowjob.
Bueno, en lo que tiran FF, voy a ver al Honkai un rato.
¿Por qué?
Porque me acordé que no he hecho las diarias.
No, pero porque vamos a dar remake.
¿Quieres jugar esta pendejada?
Pues ya que.
¿Seguro?
Empiezo a creer que no vamos a llegar a diamante.
Ah, sí llegamos, pero hay que echarle ganas.
Así como le. Y ahora no hizo dúo, que es lo peor de todo.
Sí, sí, sí. No, pues es que ahora sí jugó fuera de stream.
No, pues si llegó a diamante en el stream, en el extensible.
Sí. Ay, cabrón, claro.
Pero lo hizo de soporte.
No, pues de soporte yo solito subo como unos... Bueno, no.
¿Por qué no has subido?
Porque estoy contigo, Néstor.
Y sí, ¿cómo no? Sí, buenísimo.
Y ya te he dicho, siempre que juego cuando no estás, yo gano. Tú eres mi lastre.
¡Ja! ¿Cómo no? Te mamaste.
Dile, no. Hace como brasilero. No.
You can't really just come back. Where's the call and where Faker is there? I mean, they got to get vision. I totally understand it, because if they don't, they can't push the
Ay, sí se movió el
with
desgraciado.
Varus, but kind of walked in and died, unfortunately.
And I did feel like there were a few of those moments. I think so many of them starting off with Carrier Q flashing and Def just being in a really awkward position throughout this entire game. Somewhat similar in vibe to what we saw from KT in game number 2
Podemos hacer
against
puerca
Live
esto.
Esports as well. Sort of not really playing with any
Y
of that
así se
confidence.
puede.
T1, they just refused to let that 3-game series in round 1 happen.
Ve el lado bueno.
This was a T1 that was
Vamos
just
a puerta.
obviously better. than
Ah,
KT.
sí.
And if this is how they're going to play for the remainder of round 2, I would be absolutely terrified if I was any other team.
No hay fantasma
Yeah.
contra Ignite
I mean, we already
Es que la Evelyn no dijo ADC, piquéame pues cualquier jungla, dijo cámbiame. Es su culpa.
Great. It's just like the after, just keep eyes on just carry a dollar. And also the perfect and Mega Nard, the management was really, really poor.
Podría estar farmando los agarracos, los lobos.
No, lo matan. Como no tiene el ítem, la jungla te mata si no lo tienes.
The fight's over. Like that's like the 4th time already. Yeah, and they're also
Acércate, maldito
chasing
zorra.
into trying to kill Guma, which is obviously what you have to eventually do. But at this stage in the game, Guma isn't that strong yet. I think they could have definitely played it slower, tried to punish Keria there, burn through the front line, and actually front to back the fight instead. They're just constantly trying to force that backline access. Remember, Faker didn't even have ult for this fight. He blew it on the missed ultimate just moments before. But I understand the idea for KT. Like, this is an angle where we should be able to win this fight. It was a good engage onto the buy, but the way they followed up on the fight, I feel like some rookie mistakes from Perfect, etc., as you mentioned.
A bit unfortunate for KT, but a fantastic victory here for T1. And there's a player of the game, or I should say a carrier of the game, a cow of the game, if you will. 400 points now, as he is nearing the top of these standings, only 200 away from his mid laner, as Faker is still in the #1 spot.
I mean, sure, I think he did kind of...
Debíamos a malditos.
¿Por qué no tomaste el canon?
Solo yo tomo.
No, no farmeaste el canon, farmeaste el... Farmeaste el caster. El melee.
Votes for Smolder. I guess he did have a bit of a taunt on team. Yes, I guess so. I knew at least one media would go for Smolder, but I didn't expect.
Ahí creo que pude haber matado a Cera.
And I'm sure he's got his reasons, but I'll find out who
¿Así?
It's
Sí.
Coco or Pony, right, today?
Captain Jack.
Ah, oh. Pony, I think? I know Pony's
Oh,
here.
la desgraciada. Oh, voy a invadir la jungla.
We'll get Huni on it, and we'll make sure that we report. It was Captain Jack. It was Captain Jack and Coco. So, I mean, I know Captain Jack, you spend a fair bit of time with him, so you've got a lot of time to punish him. And speaking of the future, we have a future of interviews. So let's throw it over to G-Sun for some translation.
Por aquí ya pasó. Aquí está, aquí está.
Va Aurelion, vete, vete, vete.
It was the telecom war that everyone was waiting for, and it's a clean 2-0 swing for T1. How do you feel, Faker? Well, the previous Dominic series was a little bit rough for us. It was 2-1. So I was looking forward to getting a cleaner performance and game score today, and I'm really satisfied with the outcome that we managed to achieve a clean 2-0 game score and also the performance.
Uy.
Same. I'm really happy that we were able to showcase a cleaner and better performance today.
Alguien tiene que hacer la chamba aquí.
Faker,
Soy yo.
Uy.
Tienes un guarda ahí.
Mira. Did you feel the
Uy,
impact
está la mano.
¿Ves este minion? Farmeado.
Uy, sí, farmeado. No, no me farmeadito.
With that win in game number 1, your Corki is on a 20-game winning streak here in the LCK. Including MSC, it will be 21-game winning streak. I don't know why I keep winning on Corki, but it feels good to win every time. Keria, in the first game, T1's comp was all about the late game value, especially
Ah, mira, la reportera bueno, está haciendo la entrevista de partido de T1.
¿La buena o la está buena?
Las dos. Casi parece un idol. ¿Cómo se llama?
El amor japonés. Ah, no, la vamos arriba.
Necesitamos hacer objetivos, pero necesito que la Evelyn venga bot
tried
para mínimo
to
poder
take
pelear eso.
away the Baron quickly,
Sí,
and
sí, sí.
T1 was able to tell it really fast and deny this. Tell us about the decision making around here. Well, at this point, we were not able to spot anyone on the bottom side of the map, so we were like, obviously this is gonna be Baron. So we wanted to, chase them and punish this play. Well, T1, every time you guys do an interview, there's a record that we have to celebrate together. And today, Curia, you were able to achieve your 300th LCK victory. Congratulations. I cannot believe it's 300 wins already in the LCK.
Precano.
Thanks to the amazing teammates that I was able to perform together with, and also all the support coming from the fans, I was able to hit this milestone. Thank you so much. Baker, any words of celebration for Keria? Congratulations, said Baker, very politely with a bow. Keria, also your matchup up against Burrow raised a lot of expectation for this Saturday showdown as well. What was the focal point for the matchup?
No se lo está haciendo, ¿verdad?
I think KT, their biggest strength comes from Pilsing and Barrel, so I wanted to make sure that we can kind of shut it down. And as long as we can, deny their powers, we will be able to win the game and series. So I think that kind of worked today. Keria, you played your first outbreak this season, game 2. Tell us about the concept
Y ya si
behind
empujan
the
el mundo, pues ya
Alistair
nos
duo.
confiamos.
Sí, sí, sí.
You get to play a lot of support champions, so I think Alistair was the pick that kind of suited our composition best. We had some fantastic outplays from your Alistair in game 2. Let's take a look at this replay. How did you see that angle? Well, even prior to this point, we were setting up for a play around Baron. We were not actually trying to get the Baron, we were just trying to set up a team fight around here. And I think because we were so well prepared for the fight, we were able to kind of take a very clean win over there. And we have another record today. Baker, interesting. You had your 100th against BDD and that at the same time. Looking back, are there any memorable moments from your encounters with these two players? I mean, just being able to, compete with them means a lot to me, And it's a blessing that I got to play together with those two talented players for 100 games. It's just amazing. So I want to say also thank you over to Flash and BDD for making this beautiful moments together.
Hay que ser segundo. Evelyn se tardó mucho en venir para hacer el dragón. El set está refedeado.
Sí, sí. Me voy a las larvas.
¿Cómo que es Mike?
No, para el Amu ahí.
No quieras.
¡Ay, qué pendejo! Bueno, ya. Próximas porque sí se pueda.
That was the end of the interview from Keria Baker on the side of T1 and back to the space. Thank you.
So much, G-Sun, as per usual, for the fantastic translation of both Faker and Keria's interview there. And Keria, 300 games. Congratulations there as well on the victories. Really good stuff. And let's have a look at the standings. KT still in 4th place, but that is getting more and more dire. Quanong Freaks.
Yes.
They do have to face off against Pro, who are fresh off a victory against them, but they could equalize with KT's match scoreline, and that is pretty worrying for KT. He keeps slipping.
Yeah, that's exactly what we're doing. Slipping pretty hard right now, and I think a lot of people gained a lot of faith for KT after that win over JG. Now I feel like they got sent twice, man. That's what happened.
But to me, it's crazy thing is like Guangdong Freaks creeping 7-4. That's, whoa. I mean, or like 7 weeks. I mean, that's a crazy part, which is
you know.
Could have been fifth place. Could have been a fifth place situation for KT. And now we're gonna head into our next matchup. Genji taking on FearX. That will be coming up right after the break. See whether Genji can continue their form as well and look to challenge T1. See you after the break.
Sí.
Farmeado.
Uy, pues se eligieron.
¿Qué cosa?
La pendejada esa. Nivel 16 contra 25. Yo pensé que no iban a poder. La pendeja esta del Star Rail.
Uy.
Como siempre, el bicho liando.
Te tardas un montón rotando.
Siente muchas cosas esto.
¿Ah?
Vamos a por. ¿Te lo haces? Pendejo juegos atorón esto.
Jajaja. Tal vez no funcionen burros.
동심 e스포츠 아카데미와의 정규 경기 2대0 3패 위기에서 베테랑의 힘을 보여주며 기적 같은 승을 보여주나 싶었지만 시즌 최강의 벽은 너무나도 높았다. 아니 그니까 게임을 좀 더 하라고. 이래서 다음 경기 이길 수나 있겠어? 역시 이대로는 안 돼. 특단의 조치를 취할 때다.
선물이요? 그 가방에 있는 유니폼 아니에요? 유니폼 바지일 수도.
아 진짜. 아니 뭐 모자?
좀 짜치네.
이번이겠지. 설마 저기 안에 있겠어. 자, 상자 안에는 몇 천만 원 상당의 어마어마한 선물이 들어있는데요. 팀 160의 전력 상승에 도움이 될 만한 미션 3가지를 하셔야 되는데요. 각 미션을 성공할 때마다 열쇠 조각을 얻으실 수가 있고 3개의 열쇠 조각을 모으면 상자를 열 수 있는 번호를 드리도록 하겠습니다.
그리고 번호 끼면은 뒤에만 있어도 되는 거 아니에요, 요새?
그게 이거 경우에서 다 돌리죠.
컨텐츠에 약속이 있으면 안 돼요. 이 게이머들 대상을 난 컨텐츠 즐겨줘. 준비해 오셨잖아. 컨텐츠가 무시하잖아요. 그냥 즐겨.
미션 3가지를 먼저 전달해 드리도록 하겠습니다.
진짜 짜치는 것만 아니었으면 좋겠다. 아, 이게 뭐예요? 근데요? 왜 혼자만 알아요? 아니 지금 하라는 거예요? 자, 미션 1. 나와 친구해 듀오. 앰비션 캡틴잭은 H로에 가서 우정을 띄우세요. 우정을 띄우세요.
Uy, manches.
Sí, me tiran todo.
Me tiran todo.
생각보다 어색하지 않아요.
Joder, si tuviera un mejor soporte, esto no pasaría.
나는 안 어색해요.
Ve, ¿qué haces en mid?
Sacando una rica fría.
Una rica frío, ese no es tu trabajo. Lo único que vas a conseguir es que maten al set.
오마카세에서 이지훈 입맛 찾기. 큐베 이지훈 메라는 인천
Sí, sí, sí.
스퀘어
Vete
원에서
derechito a llorar a la llorería, diría la Nelly. Vete derechito con fricción a llorar a la llorería.
Sí, 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 sí. Tum, 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 tum. Tururum, tum, tum.
¿Cómo estamos ganando?
Que soy buenísimo.
Sí, 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 lo que te digo. Pélate, Rosa. 5 pesos. Pero para acá, para acá, para acá, para acá, que soy.
Ah,
Te digo.
nunca estás en el momento.
Ok, eso nos da tiempo. Que sin el Ivern sí batallan mucho. Es que hay Baron, el problema es que ya lo pueden hacer bien fácil. No le di. Ah, ya lo hicieron.
Oh my fucking god.
Más.
Hola.
Le vamos a regalarlo, ¿no?
Regresa ahí, regresa ahí. Es tu sombra set. Ay, no.
La Killing ya tiene 3 objetos. A ver qué hace.
Fuck.
¿Le cuenta la R?
Pues no, pues.
Ya, imposible, bro. Le robaron de arma. Ay, no, es que se mamó Lash. Lash y la Killing. Y según esto, sí era muy linda. La Killing.
No, man.
Yo que tengo que ganar 3 ahora. ¿Qué sacó Kevin
Uy, bueno. Uy, buenísimo.
Está triste.
Pélate, pélate. Ah, sí. Sí.
Mira ese. Inga tú. 4 4-8, 3-11, 1-11, 0-10. Full terrorismo,
Eres asesino, ¿por qué focusas al tanque?
Buenas noches, amigo Pike. Saludos.
Ve por el Smolder, ve por la Seraphine.
¿Dónde está Mejai? Ah, no sé si Naram esté. Pero Mejai en Lodge está. Sí, no, la verga, locos. ¿Qué onda, Espérame, ya me voy por mi comida.
Ve, ahí puede ir por el Smolder perfectamente. ¿Qué hace ahí con el sac?
El mundo. Ah, Carrero sale bien.
Sí.
Vamos arriba. Buenísimo.
¿Tan difícil es focusear a uno de ellos?
Esto. Corre. Ahora esto depende de ti. Eres el que está más fit.
Ah.
Uy, ve. Flash R.
Ya es noche y ya no puedo poner a ese
Uy,
mid.
Dios.
Entonces lo más probable es que sí nos vayan a dar support. Pero bueno, pido a ese y si no,
Sácanlo la mano.
terrorismo, ¿no? Ya no hay lluvia de espadas.
Busquemos entrar primero al...
A la
Suena
mano.
bien locochón.
El agua no tiene flash.
Suena bien bélico.
No sé, la fin me da igual.
¿Quién sabe por qué no deja Mejai? Supongo que porque tú las cargas muy fácil y nunca te mueres, técnicamente. Casi nunca mueres, pues.
No puedo competir contra esos enemigos.
No pudimos, no tenían vida.
A ver, te doy la speed. Que así soy bueno. gracias, Mar.
1000 pesos.
Buenas noches. MC Adrián, muchas gracias por esa sublime suscripción. Bienvenido al Club Sublime, mi hermano, Te mando un saludote. Un abrazo. Gracias por el apoyo. Comparto.
Empuja un poco. Ponte de este lado.
Ya. Ya.
¿Quieres ir al fan? ¿O quieres hacer otro rato? No, no, no.
Por aquí. Chanje rosa. A ver, ¿cuál es? Ya me confundieron.
El set. ¡Ay, la Serafín!
Papá, dale, papá, dale.
Ah.
Jajaja, te duele los moldes.
¿Y qué es esto split pusheando?
¿No querías tirar acá? Yo te
Sí,
dije que
pero
podemos
eso no
tirar.
te corresponde a ti.
Te
Si hubieses estado ahí, sí lo ganábamos.
Qué raro, normalmente no dices eso.
Pero tengo el daño, así los puedo matar. Serafin, Smolder,
Qué raro, normalmente no
Aurelion,
dices
sí los puedo matar.
Nunca dices eso, desgraciado.
Danston, muchas gracias por esa sublime.
Ganamos una torreta, perdimos el varón y un exterminio casi.
Una vuelta al Club Sublime, Te mando un saludote. Un abrazo y muchas gracias por el apoyo. ¿Cómo estás?
¿Quién te manda a seguir a hacer?
Yo creo que eres el lastre.
Ah, dieta, señor Calamardo.
¡Ay, no! Me voy tantito y pierden una TF.
Pues sí, eres el soporte, no el split pusher.
Qué raro, normalmente dices el soporte no sirve.
Pues no, no sirve.
¿Y entonces por qué estás diciendo que ahorita me ocupas,
Precisamente por eso, porque lo que hiciste no sirvió.
¿Cómo no? Ya me compré mi rico redención.
Sé que lo que digas se perderá en los comentarios. Así que...
Vámonos a mí o vamos por acá. Ay, de dos.
Yo estoy en main, yo soy a la S, tengo que estar a mid.
O sea, unos mil.
Soy el ADC, yo tengo que estar aquí.
Acá lleno. Pero no te vayas a decir que...
No manches, casi se muere el imbécil. Y no es que sí se murió.
No, quiere ir bien. ¿Por qué no estás mejor la build del tío Plank? Esa madre sí pegaba.
Me dan ganas, la verdad.
Letalidad con el hilo. ¿Viste lo que borraba?
No vi el video. Ah, ¿es el video que me mandaste?
Sí, sí, sí. ¿Así, desgraciado? ¿Así? ¿Eh?
Sí, así tienes que
Si
estar
no haces
pegadito.
nada. No, nunca haces nada.
3 horas, ¿no? ¿Sí habían dicho? Cada no seguido,
Bueno, pero tiramos.
se vuelve 3 horas de directo. Entonces, pues estoy cumpliendo, pues
Un
ellos le
mundo.
saben, ¿no? Yo no le sé. Entonces,
Son
Ya estoy
tanques y dejaron que se hicieran el alma de montañas ahí.
perdón, no, se los juro que yo no sé
Severo
cómo.
equipo de quinta. El set está
Te
fedeado y
manda
no
a
puede
cambiar
matar al Smolder y a la
a la
Serafín.
feria.
Te dije desde hace rato. A ver, qué chingados. LeBlanc top.
Lebrin debería estar pushando líneas y no sabe qué hacer. La línea estaba aquí hace rato. Y Lebrin estaba aquí haciendo quién sabe qué cosa.
Se perdió todo,
¿Lo mataron?
Lo matan.
Ya lo mataron.
Todillo lo perdimos. Ah, ok, cambió con el mid. Pero la tortilla era jungla. Ah, no. Todito.
Son 3 hijos de su puta madre.
Tú morí. Ashian es por Ashian.
Bueno, amigo Esteban Rodríguez 23, un saludo muy bueno.
Ah, que la chingada.
Es algo muy grande hasta Argentina, amigo Lucacho. Uy, en Argentina ya es muy noche, ¿verdad? ¿Qué hora es? ¿Como las 4?
Eran 2v1 contra el mundo. No hicieron nada.
Wow, ya es muy tarde. No, aquí son las 2 de la mañana. Y antes vivía en una parte de México donde ahorita son las 12. Ok, sí, es bien tarde allá en Argentina, ¿eh?
Insólita nadie se sabe.
Ay, sí me dio.
Es así como aquí en México, en Tijuana, pero pues son las 12. Aquí antes son las 2 ya. ¿Será que más temprano ellos? No, aquí conmigo ahorita ya es tarde, ya son las 2.
Pero ve,
Son las 2 de la mañana.
el desmadre que se armó.
Hoy empecé stream a las 4. No, 7 de la
Es que
noche.
el sí te pasó de pendejo, le fue a focusar al mundo y a lo mundo.
Sí, iba a empezar a las
Siendo
7.
ya la boda free, lo llevó por el tanque.
Ahorita llevamos, son las 7, son 5 horas, ya llevo 7 horas de stream. Wow. Rapidito. Oh, okay.
Ah.
¿Por qué baja tanto?
Hace más daño que el mid y que la bot.
Los
Ya no
carros
sé,
del
ellos
mundo.
ganaron por la Mumu. El mundo, la Mumu y el mundo.
Ah, creo que ya te vieron. Eh, ya lo vieron. Chale, es autofill.
Estas perras mamadas, ¿qué es esto?
Espérate, Lux.
No sé, pero fue culpa de la Evelyn.
¿Seguros?
Sé que no teníamos Smite, pero él
Y Lux
no
no
tenía
No,
macro
no.
game.
me voy a intentar que suba 2.
Sí, sí.
Había objetivos era para pelearlos con todos. Menos los de top.
Yo sigo diciendo,
Tenemos que
el tercer dragón sí lo ganábamos tú y yo. Estaban los tres a baja vida. Era de que mataras a la Aurelion, matabas a la
Está bien,
Seraphine y ya tú y yo nos quedábamos con la Mumu. Los tres ya no tenían vida.
Pues parecía que nadie me apoyaba. El Zed, la
Estaba
Evelyn,
yo.
el
Por eso
Zac.
estábamos tú y yo nada más. Estábamos tú y yo contra Seraphine, Aurelion y a Mumu. Tu R le bajó la vida a la Seraphine y a la Aurelion. Yo le bajé la vida a la Mumu. Tu cuarta bala igual le bajó vida a la Mumu. Ya nada más quedaba que entraras, matabas al Aurelion en un básico 2, o no, un básico 1, no sé. También la Seraphine la matabas de uno o dos básicos. Y el Amumu quedaba solito. Digamos, nada más tú y yo, full vida. Ya, acabamos el dragón. Maldita sea, no se completó.
La Kindred se escondió.
Vengo.
Es que yo quería pegar la Kindred, ya no tenía vida. Ok, buena pelea. Y no alcancé. No, 30 p. No. Ya que. No puedo empujar más. Ya llega Camil. Me voy. Yo mando amigo Tweetpick. Hola Sama, un saludo, ¿cómo estás? Flash, primera bala. Nueva tecnología, hermano. Innovando aquí el meta de Jin. No puedo subir de elo. Me tocó un Cronos en Wild, pero bien manco. Era yo. Hola Bluefon, ¿cómo estás, Eri? Bien, bien. No, ya. Ya se fue a dormir. Seri. Oh, Seri. No está fuerte, porque no la veo mucho. Pero no está tan mal. No está tan mal. Madres. ¿Qué pasa ahí? Pobre Kane. No la deja jugar. No lo deja jugar al Kane la Camel. Madre, yo pensé que te iban a comprar el Kane. Y sí me dio. Quería esquivar el moco, pero no pude. Y el Kane, ese era mi plan. Lo que no sabe Jin es que yo soy el bait. Me voy. Su madre, me salvé. Sí, ya tenía buen ángulo ahí. Yo mando amigo Senior Boy. ¿Cómo estás, Oh,
estoy haciendo? Qué troleo. Ah, chale. Ni modo. Uy, 4 kills. Ya 4 kills. Ya nos fedeamos un poquito. Pero botlane está medio chafa, así que no. Necesito que a mi equipo le vaya bien también. Doy perdón. La hamburguesa. Como en Awaken, bro. Ya. Muy buena. Como en Awaken, ¿vieron?
개인적으로 알고 있던 제품이 되게 많았어서 지금 써보는 시간이 값지기도 했는데 한국에서 우리처럼 설명해 주시는 구간이 정말
Tengo Yomo. Ya tenemos Yomo. Smolder va 1-3. Es que me fedía machín en esta pelea. Por suerte salió bien, se miraba muy fea esa pelea. Camille está en todas partes. No, flashó. No vale la pena el flash de kill por el flash de... Ok, coleccionista. Cerilla. Vale. Vamos por coleccionista primero. Camille. Creo que va a querer venir ahorita. Sí. Ya la vemos, está en el... Ya ahorita la vimos, está en el Tribush. De preferencia vaquear con 1000 para comprar el otro objeto de letalidad de coleccionista. Uy, buen intento. Con una trampa ahí. No, la jugué bien mal, bro. Yo quiero usar R, pero quería hacer daño y pues me comí el daño de Kindred. Tuve que haberme hecho para atrás y activé tarde el elixir. La jugué mal ahí, la verdad. A ver si Kiana me puede limpiar la jugada, pero... Uy. Uy, qué mala suerte. No sé si alcance a llegar. Chale. Si la Kindle la jugó muy bien y yo la jugué mal. Debí haber intentado jugar con la R. Es que los si usas R los vendes. Se va mi racha Camille. Camille está jugando muy bien también. No hay que quitarle mérito. No quiero guardear. Oh, ya. Uy, fueron por Lux. Lux juega muy bien también, pero está difícil esa composición para ella. ¿Por qué esas botas? Es una vida de tarea de enfriamiento. Ok. Es una build para enfriamiento. Va a 0-4 el mid. Buena. ¿Por qué va tan mal? Le di counter pick. Menos mal no viene la... Buena. Ya con eso se recupera, ¿no? Ah, no. Nah, es una racha medio chafa. ¿Y Camil? ¿De verga está? Ah, está en mid. Pues vamos a empujar. Oh, ojalá que no llegue Kindred, ¿verdad? Pero... ¿Sacamos otra? Ah, ok, Kindred está en blue. O sea, aquí nomás... creo que ya viene Camille. Ya, vámonos ya. Va a llegar Camille, va a llegar Smolder volando. Entonces... Sí, está cabrón. ¿Qué tal, Goldmayer? Bienvenido. ¿Cómo está, amigo Nacho? ¿Qué no? Ah, sí, está muy feo el LOL ahorita. Hay mucho troll últimamente, quién sabe por qué. ¿Estoy en Losers Queue? Sí me pasa. Ánimo, bro, ánimo. ¿Ya checaron la nueva actualización de OPGG? Chequen op.gg, buscan su nombre con su server y ahí les sale como su rendimiento y el del equipo. Ahí ya les dice como, perdiste porque tu team jugó mal. Literal te dice eso, bro. Porque ya hay un nuevo algoritmo. Pero ya metieron lo de LP por rendimiento. Creo, según yo. Creo porque a veces me dan como 18 LP, a veces me dan 21. Entonces yo diría que sí. Que cobra ahí la Quillana.
Vuelto.
Bien.
Te iba a decir que ya vi cómo se llamaba el personaje que te dije, pero ya se me olvidó olvidar.
Ah.
Pero sí es de rayo.
Tingyun, entonces. ¿Y dices que es una zorra? Tingyun.
Es una zorra. Sí, esa me salió.
Sí. Pero no es tanque. Eso lo dijo mexicano. Porque aunque no sea tanque, y tengas tanques que tengan el agro de los enemigos, aún así le pegan a él.
Okay.
Ah, mira. Orbe de porcelana, orbe de reino celestial.
Bueno, 2 rachas.
¿A poco sí, pa?
Ya cayó la torre.
Proyecto Jinx.
Wow, épico.
Torretazo y le pegó Q. Es que estaba moviendo muy agresivo. Mira, ¿ves?
No más, tompeamos bien feo el early, perdimos el late.
Sí, ya sé.
Que no se movió, Iron.
No le pegó.
Ya sé. Merecen estar en platino. Yo en cambio, merezco ser diamante.
Oh, espera, ¿lo dices en serio?
En una partida que jugó con la Alem.
7 segundos, pero voy a empujar esto.
Vi que la de ese enemigo era diamante 2. Su soporte era esmeralda 2. Y adivina qué. Les aguanté la línea.
Siempre.
No.
Ahí está. Les aguantaste, mas no les ganaste.
No podía. Mi soporte no era de iniciación. Era uno de curitas, no puedo pelear eso.
Huevos, te va el culo.
¿Qué vas a ver? Un platino 1.
Si fuera el Mech en STF del dragón, ese güey sí se mete sin miedo. Así de huevos, te lo digo.
Yo no sé, hubiera
Si
perdido.
fuera el trono, si fuera el trono también hubiera entrado así de
Yo no
huevos.
sé, hubiera
Valiéndole,
perdido.
valiéndole madres que se hubiera muerto. Se llevaba a 2 pendejitos y tal vez un dragón.
Ay, le falla dolor.
Y sí hubiera perdido, pero hubiera hecho lo mejor que hubiera podido.
Pantalla
Sí,
verde.
pero ¿sabes
No,
qué
lo
también
que
hubiera
uso
hecho?
es un
Se hubiera
programa
quejado
que
de
se
que su
llama
soporte lo abandonó como por 3 minutos.
Nvidia Broadcast.
Siempre,
Uy, tres
siempre, siempre que le pasa eso se queja de
¿Y
eso.
sabes qué hubiera dicho el crono? Hubiera dicho,
Descargas
ay,
el
pero al
programa
menos
y te hace
sacaron
la
algo.
pantalla
Ya
verde.
está algo.
Sí,
¿Sabes qué
No,
sacamos
él no
nosotros?
dice eso.
Sacamos las larvas, sacamos a la Mumu, sacamos a la Aurelia. ¿Qué más querías, Néstor,
Él no
Al
dice
mundo no,
eso.
porque al mundo ya lo habían matado.
Y eso que el Kane
No,
es
no, no.
autofill.
Terrible,
Está jugando
Néstor.
muy bien.
Me estás fallando.
Me estás fallando. Prueba 3 partidas a quedarte pegado a mí como larva
Se pierde más
y vas a ver la
rápido, se pierde más
diferencia.
rápido.
No, no, no,
Me
no,
llevo una
pruébalo,
Yumi. Me
pruébalo,
llevo
pruébalo.
una Yumi, una Yumi. Una
No,
Yumi o no hay
una
huevos.
cosa,
Yumi
son
o no
cosas
hay
muy
huevos.
diferentes.
Yumi o no hay huevos.
Son cosas muy diferentes.
Yumi o no hay huevos.
Haz lo que quieras, me da igual. Si de por sí ya me estás troleando.
Bueno, igual ya tengo bueno.
¿Cuánto sí? Me estoy sacando la rieta.
Uy, sí.
Las primeras partidas. Pero pues no hay team, no mames. ¿Cómo, vergas? No van a llevar al Smite, hijo de su puta madre.
Tengo que vaquear ya. Ya tengo nada de mana. Y no. No traigo runa
¿Dónde
de
está
mana.
el Smite,
No
culeros?
tengo un back potenciado.
Yo soy el Smite,
No,
puto.
no está mal.
Ay, sí. Tú eres el Smite.
Vamos a hacer
Te
filtro de
sacaron
noche,
4
para que
dragones.
no me vayan a piquear.
Sí, soy el ADC,
4
no
dragones que
jungla.
fácilmente podríamos ganar. El Amumu smiteó primero.
No, el Amumu tenía un smite de 1200.
Y
lo gastó primero que tú.
el
No.
fantasma, si tú
¿Lo gastaste tú primero?
Sí.
Ah,
si llevan algo así como
Pues no podía
¿Cómo
hacer
lo-
nada. La cosa era que se paniqueara para que lo dejara como a 20 de vida. A 100 para yo así smitearlo. Porque si me espera que
Podrías
baje a
calcular tu
600
cuarta
ya lo había
bala.
smiteado.
¿Podrías calcular tu cuarta bala más los 600? ¿No?
No, porque no la tenía. Ya lo iba a
¿Cuarta
terminar.
bala?
Sí. Tenía como 3,
¿Cuánto
4
hacía tu
balas.
cuarta bala? ¿Cuánto hacía tu cuarta bala?
Sí, 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 pero me refiero a que tengo que pegar como 3 básicos
Tenía un
antes
chingo,
de
no, tenía un
soltarla.
chingo de vida, tenía un chingo de vida el Amumu, Te diga, sí, tenía un chingo de vida el dragón. Pues maiteaste el dragón, desgraciado. Me
Así
troleaste.
es. Mira quién me habla.
Me fui un perro minuto en esto.
muy bien, 2 torres.
El
Sí,
Crown
sí,
hubiera
sí,
dicho,
y lo
"No,
aprovecharon.
vámonos para atrás".
Lo aprovecharon muy
Y lo
bien,
aprovechó.
diveándome.
¿Viste esa bot, Néstor? Esta bot daba asco, Néstor, no mames.
Sí, lo sé, porque estabas y así les
Daban
podíamos hacer
asco,
presión.
Néstor, daban
Si es
asco,
2v1,
daban asco.
aunque sean los
No
petes
atinaban
más
nada,
petes que hayas
el
visto,
Amumu, Néstor.
Soberbia.
aunque sean los petes más
También
petes
valía
que hayas
pito la
visto,
bot.
si te vas 3 minutos,
Las
obviamente
no
me
atinaban
pokean
nada.
entre los
El
dos.
Smolder no hacía daño.
Venga,
¿Qué más
chino,
querías,
así
Néstor?
es
Estábamos
como
a torre dos
bajista
squishies.
y no puede sacar
No, vieras el
está ahí.
crono, Néstor.
Ajá.
Contra el Atrox,
Sí,
full.
el crono,
Hijo de su
el
puta
crono.
madre. El crono, Néstor.
Yo puedo carrear. Otra cosa es si mi soporte me abandona por ir a soportear a un jungla que no tenía smite. Estamos criminal, la verdad. Si yo soy el que tengo el smite,
Sí, me está yendo mejor con este build.
sin apoyo de nadie.
Está yendo mejor.
De apoyo de nadie. Yo me fui a dar tu apoyo y ven qué pasó. Te da miedo flashear. Te da miedo
¿Viste cómo los
entrar,
pude
te da
matar?
miedo
Ahí
todo.
estabas.
Ganándole.
No es porque
Estábamos tú
llegaron
y yo con un
3.
chingo de daño.
Güey,
Tú y yo
cuando
teníamos
no,
un
más split
perro,
push, el
demasiado daño.
soporte split pusheando, madre
Todo el
mía.
perro se va diciéndome las partidas. No, el soporte no importa. Y ahora resulta que en esa única partida, en ese único momento, sí importa el soporte, ¿no, desgraciado?
Tilteó. Ok.
Ahora resulta, desgraciado.
Nice.
Va a ser
Sí,
Mau
es.
Pepisol.
No me va a succionar.
Yo soy pro, tú eres noob.
¿Qué puedo llevar?
Se alcanzó a ir un minion, pero no iba a ir hasta allá. Ya va a salir el... Siento que eso fue mala idea, papo. No vamos a llegar. Ok, nosotros. sí se escapó. Kane Azul es muy escurrizo, pero verga, hasta le tepearon. Ok, voy por Cerilla porque se va a empezar a tanquearla.
Mira, no es Molder Nick.
Pero no lo voy a hacer.
De esos que te gustan.
Voy a hacer esto primero. Ay, qué bueno que no me dio.
A la vaca, Miss Fortune.
Sí, sí.
Me voy.
Podía llevar Soraka. Acortó la iniciación a la vista.
Da como buena racha hoy. Sí, hoy no se ha ido mejor. F, se acabó. Ahí va, ya tenía que comprar. ¿Están en Baron?
Yo.
Mira,
pero tenemos un bronce mid. Ah, no, es el marco de oro.
Tenemos un oro. Bueno, espérame.
La vi. Si no ganan su línea, no cuenten conmigo. Vaya manera de decir que es un pete.
¿7-4? No sé, ahorita checo. Bro. Es que no podemos ir todos a top. Digo a bot. Porque hay Baron. Ok, me asusté. Por suerte se están tardando. Es que hay 3 en bot. Uy, se falló el salto, bro. Y ahora sí la van a hacer. A ver.
No te preocupes, ellos tienen 2 oros. ¿Qué nos van a ganar?
Summer y Gale.
¿Ahí estás?
Sí, sí.
Se lo llevó. Iba a llegar allá. No mames, F, bro. Sí, eso es Baron. Hay que defender esto.
El Alistar tiene guardián.
¡Oh, la madre!
No vi bien hacia dónde iba. La madre. Oh. Fuck, bro. Es que estuvo feo. Se murió Kane y luego piquearon a Kane. Y Baron. Eso nos puede perder la partida. Ese Baron nos puede perder la partida. No me alcanza, va.
So.
¿Qué única tienes? Ah, es una 2060. 2060, hermano.
Ya vine chulo.
Que ley de carry seguro, o sea,
Fui a hacerme una rica
sí,
carracita.
ya no sé qué es carrear. Está medio realmente. Está jugando súper bien, tiene un chingo de power, ya nivel 16, pero no te puedes fiar de qué, no va a carrear. Porque luego, como ahorita, la piquean y así le gastan la R early game, o sea, early pelea, está bien difícil. Porque la R sigue siendo su punto más fuerte.
No, buena cuarta bala.
¿De qué hablas? Le quise pegar a la torreta.
Cuando le podías pegar a la Miss.
No, me iba a llevar un torretazo.
No, si salías.
¿Tú qué vas a saber, chamaco miado?
Ya trae la... Ya cargó, se tardó 28 minutos. Antes al 20 lo tenían, pero ya... Smolder ya va a estar muy fuerte.
Ahí está arriba.
Qué buena cruz. Uy, güey. Uy, güey.
Bolis arriba todavía.
What? Eso no rebotó.
Si es que no tengo barro.
Vaquearon.
¿Trae cubris? No, no lo trae.
Perdemos placa, yo creo.
1600. Yo soy muy rápido.
Ah, no, que tengo que ser tu parásito, ¿no?
Ay, güey, ¿qué es?
Sí, puedo rotar, pero no te tardes 30 minutos.
Qué verga hace ahí.
No se puede, Néstor.
Si ves que la vi no lo quiere hacer, pues estás perdiendo nivel y experiencia en bot.
Y por ejemplo, no, es que ya esta pelea ya se había acabado. Entonces nomás empujé. Empujé. Siempre hay que estar pushando las oleadas. Y luego, por ejemplo,
Ay, la vi vaqueado.
¿Lo viste?
Desgraciado. Ah, sí.
Acabar el game aquí.
¿Quién se llevó la kill?
¿Quién?
La mía.
Cuando te ganque el boli.
Sí, sí, ¿quién se la llevó?
El Alistar.
Wow. No pensé que lo alcanzara. Ya tienen Baron. Estoy esperando una E. Una fue luz.
Los torre, ¿no?
Sí, sí, sí.
Nada, tienen que banquear.
Sí, Carlos.
No podemos matar.
Voy a comprar Fénix. ¿Tienes una acá? Iba a la mitad, pero ya no puedo. Estamos ahí, se va a
Sí, sí, sí.
mejor tenerlo otra vez. Smolder ya llega, primero llega full build. Va a estar feo. No hay objetivo, podemos ir. Aunque creo que ya vio. ¿Qué pasó?
Te va a Alistar.
Ya perdimos, creo. No, no perdimos. Buen flash, Lux. Están vivos, 3. Ok, inhibidor. Lux, tienes que irte nomás. No, ya perdimos. Sí, es que te digo, o sea, piquean a Kill, valió. Sí, GG. Estábamos jugando muy bien. No sé qué hacían ahí, ni siquiera había Baron. Es lo que te digo, ha de ser muy inservible. Ahí piqueaban a la Kay y ya, se perdió. Bueno, igual ya era late game, pero... Sí.
Bien, creo que salió por ahí.
Sí, yo lo vi.
Así es el juego ahorita. Ay, men, ¿qué pasó? No podíamos pelear, estaba ahí la O y no había... No había ni objetivo, man. Ni siquiera había objetivo. Solo me ha ido mal hoy en esa.
¿Se murió el boli o sí se fue?
Sí, se murió. Ah, no, el boli no. Y se fue.
Sacamos placa, sacamos placa.
Queda amigos, buenas noches. Bienvenido.
el Smolder, uy, el Smolder, uy, el Smolder, uy, el Smolder, uy. Ah.
Poco sí, puta vaca.
No, creo que llevo 5 derrotas. 2, 3, 4. Llevo 5. Llevo 3, 6, 7 victorias.
Dijo que sí.
Voy al Heraldo.
Está bien. Ve, ahora
Ya no
sí se
tiene
lo
ahora
quiere
la
hacer.
mexicana al Heraldo.
Ya venía preseleccionado. Pues vamos. Pero es que Manco está igual de... No, Manco está más roto. Tuviste buen ban. Tuviste buen... Bueno, amigo, tapa blanca. Ya no se me hace tan buen ban, pero... Garios malvan, Ninas malvan. Buen Mancan.
Ay, su perra madre.
Ajá.
Papas.
El hambre del boli.
Rico causa.
Uy, ahora sí lo mató.
Sí, sí, sí. La quinta es la vencida.
Uy, casi.
Estoy viendo. H, Cillian.
Se lo quiere hacer.
Pues a ver. What the fuck? Bajo.
Mid phase.
Pero yo más. Pero yo bajé más. Pero yo bajé más. Siento que ya hubiera podido ser. No estuviera tan puto jodido mi MMR. Más 17 menos 22. No mames, es un chingo. Más porque. Lo que dije al principio. Eran dos. Está muy difícil.
Llegas a limpiar, llegas a limpiar. Vamos, 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 vamos. Ya.
Sí, Smolder, aunque sea Smith sigue siendo ese.
Van a llegar por atrás.
Ay, cabrón.
Lo vi. ¿Has visto ese video del crono? Donde se agarra con la Miss. El niño
sí,
quiere
sí,
pelear. Pelear.
Con la bomba.
De hecho, yo había subido uno similar, pero era con Action. Hace ya mucho tiempo.
Sí, sí,
Nada
sí.
más que
donde
ay,
se
no
va.
estuvo tan épico porque falló la primera bala.
Bien, se la llevó Rumble.
Pinche video. ¿Quieres pelear? ¿Quieres pelear? Yo quiero pelear.
Logitech Pro, ese hombre.
La
No
Miss,
tiene
pobrecita.
numérico los dados.
Dijo, jaja, sí le gano. Y no le ganó.
Así es. ¿Quién no tuvo
Porque
eso?
suspiran.
Ah, tú.
Ah, huevo, que sí.
No. Y Smolder, Darius y yo sí.
Ah.
Mire.
Ha vuelto.
Buena.
¿Quién?
Ahí.
Y sin usar R.
Mm.
Maybe Genji have just identified that the current meta, especially in the LCK, is pretty slow, and a lot of teams are picking these scaling picks such as the Smolder, and are just kind of sitting back and waiting. And if they can get away with it, why not just pick up another dragon and go for it? It's definitely not something we see every day, but it's a lot. They had a couple of early dragons. They got one void bub. Kind of surprised they didn't get more. And they even got early kills on the Smolder.
Because he is a cosmic dragon. I feel like
Mi espada invisible.
La rebotó.
Nomás la vaca.
No
Se
sé.
llevó 2
Ah,
kills.
Qué
Sí,
grande. Gracias, amigo Yamil. No.
Los 2
¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo
kills
estás?
para la Miss que jugaba.
Sí, sí está
Se
mejor
las
con la bota de
llevé.
Ionia. Mucho mejor.
Mames,
Ah,
estuvo perro el bully.
Ujú.
ni siquiera me dio eso. Se fedió el OTP.
Smolder está fuerte, pero es como Felios.
Oh, no.
¿Cómo? ¿Gay?
Necesito mucho apoyo
Ah,
para escalar.
Oh, no. Y en detalles meta otra vez, pues creo que es la mejor build. Siento que es la mejor build para Jin ahorita. Es que con Jin no te puede acercar mucho. Ahorita todo te explota y te saca experiencia, así que pues de lejos con R y daño en habilidades. No viene mal. Ya me lo va a hacer 6 dash. Chale. Ya nivel 6. También Cilia.
Qué bien se ven los gordos fumando vapor. Parecen ollas a presión.
Pero pégale, ¿no? Era antes. Fuck, era antes, bro, para que no se fuera para allá. Bueno.
¿Quiere que le baile?
La madre, venga. Ya traí soberbia. A tu madre. Ahora llamar a Dios.
¿Haría eso
Ya
por
llamé a
mí?
los virtuosos.
Yo.
¿Por qué no te deja, amigo Vidal? Qué raro.
Néstor, la Emi va a venir a México.
Vaya.
Eso está muy raro.
Déjame adivinar. ¿Al 8 de marzo?
No, creo que viene. Ah, no, sí viene el marzo. Ay, qué asco. Ah, es un pain. Podemos ganar por desgaste o
44 bits.
por aguante. ¿Qué eliges?
Sublime.
Es Matarle en early, que si escala ya
Para
valimos.
llevarme Nami o Emilio.
Lo que quieras.
El Coco Fox.
¿Con qué saltó? ¿Con R? No, ya había usado R. What the fuck? ¿Con qué saltó?
Brown Bane.
Hola, Toca. 10 segundín, suscripción. No sé. ¿Existe eso?
Yo voy a llevar
¿El
a
botón de aquí? ¿Abajo? Sí, o sea, la build de esta es
5 de asada con todo.
No digas, porque tengo hambre. No trajo.
Todo menos piedra.
Difícil de matar.
Lo bueno que son domingos de carne.
Pero ya es sábado.
Sí. Mañana voy por mis carnitas.
A ver, también tengo ganas de unas carnitas.
Pero
No, pues nada. Creo que voy a comer pizza hoy. Aunque me gustan más la barbacoa.
aquí donde vivo, un vecino está vendiendo barbacoa todos los domingos.
¿Sí está buena?
Muy buena. Son de Oaxaca los señores.
Vaya. La carnita casi no me gusta porque los lugares donde los he comprado sabe feo. Excepto el
¿La
lugar.
carnita?
Ajá. Las carnitas. Excepto el lugar que
Donde yo las
ahorita
compro.
ya como que está mejor. Pero toca seguir comprando a ver si sí sabe siempre así.
No sé por qué hay dos lugares. Donde yo las compro es en bueno, que sí dan trozotes de carne para llenar. De un taco salen dos de esos.
Y sí. Te pueden hacer como el meme ese. Si se hace un taco con la carne y la tortilla de carne. What? ¿Cuál es tu nombre, Karma? Karma.
Pero lo sé mal.
Así te decía. Había un letrero que decía, podemos hacer cochino, ¿no?
No, es Brown Bane.
Pero en la vida real te quiere doxear.
Ya iba a usar R, pero...
¿Qué?
Sí, no se va a ocupar.
Asqueroso. Tragapitos.
Me llamo Néstor. ¿No lo sabías?
Me van a doxear, puto.
¿Sí se lo pegaste la cuarta?
Creo que sí.
Dáselo al Fidel, dáselo al Fidel, dáselo al Fidel.
F. Un Fidel nos ganquea a nivel a minuto 3. Estúpidos. Las de mierda.
Ven acá, maldita pelona.
Vaqueas, ¿no?
Murió. Sí, sí, sí.
Pues una tragedia, se fue nada.
Te llevo este 400 y yo 600. Vamos a perder.
¿400 de qué? Ah, de la kill.
Primera sangre.
Tengo una idea.
Fidel en mí.
Sí, lo veo.
Fidel un bot. Fidel un bot.
Uy, lo esquivo.
Bueno, no lo fijé, bro. Oh, man. Que... con la R. Lo bueno que no.
Ay, no tengo maná. Como la flor.
Es buena. No es un super counter, pero sí.
90 de maná, 92. 4.
Alan, gracias por esa sub de regalo. Buenas noches, ¿cómo estás, mi amigo? ¿Qué haces tan tarde, Oye, hoy tiramos la pizza y lo del McDonald's.
Acá hay maná.
Lo había metido al refri, no lo había tirado.
Sí, pero ya hay que vaquear. Ahí ya me puse
No quiero, pues.
Temprano, pa. hoy. Justo hoy, bro. Ya te extraño, bro. Ya luego te invado. Nomás que me dejes ahí quedarme contigo. Ya tenía seguro de vida esa pizza. No, solamente por Jimmy, amigo Dani. No te crees. Ya estaba pagando renta la pizza, man. Es que Timo vino aquí a la casa y vino de noche. Pedimos una pizza,
F.
Madre mía.
Dije a la verga, es que no las había visto.
Últimos dragones se llevaron 3 kills y me quitaron placa. Gran idea, Echo.
¿Tienes R? Quédate línea.
Pero...
Queda atrás, queda atrás.
Ah.
R.
Todavía no son dragones.
Se compraron casi todos. El Rumble. Es que como no me están diciendo nada, pero ya lo hacen, ¿no?
Yo no lo veo.
¿Quién, a Fidel?
Pobre Rumble. O sea,
No, lo que quieres hacer.
Después de tremendo carro que está. Oh shit, agarró 20.
En 12 tengo mi ulti. 10.
Vale, ¿no? Está muerto Rengar.
Tienen tanque.
El Brown y el Eloy.
Me equivoqué. Oportunidades. Seguí al arco. Murieron dos. Dos murieron acá. Cuidado, que estamos solos.
No es la idea más inteligente que haya sido.
Bram sí. Yo. Idiota.
El daño, Néstor. Yo solito. No mames.
¿Ves? Eso es lo
Sí
que
se
pasa
te
cuando
ocurre.
me abandonas. Es muy fácil
Güey,
matarlos.
yo solito.
Ahora confías en tus capacidades.
No. Siempre desconfío de ti.
¿Qué dices? Yo soy buenísimo. ¡Ah!
Se nota.
Qué buena R de Renata.
Hay que quedarnos en bot, Néstor.
No, eso es
Nadie
trampa
va
de
a
mí.
venir. No.
No
Nadie va
voy
a estar
a...
abajo. El Yone va a tirar.
Ni modo. Culpa del...
Llévatelo, es una racha.
Me dediqué a la luz. Trampa.
Nadie cubre. Hello.
Mucho CC.
Si se muere el güey ahí, es un imbécil.
Trae. No queda tan rápido.
No cubrió el eco.
Qué verga.
Bien el lobby.
Es más tarde, güey.
Oh, mataron al güey. Lo ven.
A la madre sea el... ¿Estás morfeando o qué? ¿Este psicólogo? ¿En serio conoces a la Renata? Verga, bro, es demasiado bueno. Y shit, bro. Es que 2-0-25 por ahí. What the fuck? Bestia, man. Solo by mode cancel twice, 2v1. Lo malo que
Me voy, tengo ítem.
o sea, carry, bien pasados de lanza.
Y ahí otra vez está arriba.
Esa partida la jugué medio oído. Pues bueno, virtuosos, vamos a comenzar con el sorteo. Buenas noticias, ya me llegaron los códigos. Hoy voy a dejar códigos. Graves, no me acuerdo cuál es una nueva skin de Graves. El código contiene al campeón,
Vamos top.
croma y la skin. Croma es exclusivo para cualquier server. Nos fue muy bien hoy, o sea, terminamos 3 partidas arriba. Eran partidas muy tristes, así se lo digo. Great por semana. Great por semana, entonces. Vamos a comenzar el sorteo. Vamos a estar rifando
Wow,
ya
se cultiva.
códigos de League Partner. Es una skin de 1350 RP de Graves. El código contiene al campeón, la skin y un croma exclusivo. Entonces vamos a comenzar ahorita el sorteo. Nuestra seguir jugando, pero esta partida ya andaba más allá que acá. Estoy un poquito cansado, pero
Ven eso.
pues ya mañana le seguimos. Estuvo bien. Nos fue bastante bien. 8-5. Supongo que fui... Excelente. What the fuck, ¿por qué dice que jugué excelente? Estaba dormido, bro. Excelente es de lo mejor que te pueden dar. Ah, mira, aquí me dieron MVP y que perdimos por... Dara, muchas gracias por ese sublime rey. Que ha sido un excelente stream. Espero que la hayan pasado muy bien con la guitarra. Yo creo que es muy importante la guitarra. Yo también ya no terminé stream de 8 horas. Iba a descansar. Estaba revisando y yo creo que Renata fue uno. No, es que sí, Rumble se pasó de lanza, pero 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Aquí me dieron MVP. Dice que perdimos por el team. Aquí me dieron MVP. Dice que perdimos por el team. Aquí me dieron excelente, aquí me dieron excelente. Fui resistente, no me rendí, casi remontamos. Aquí fui resistente, ganamos a pesar de que tuve un muy mal inicio. Aquí empecé mal, pero terminé correando. Mal inicio, pero no me rendí. Excelente, entonces, eso es la recomiendo que lo chequen. Igual yo siempre digo como que, bueno, aquí no hubo nada que hacer. Bueno, aquí no hubo
¿Entras?
nada que hacer. Pero igual yo iba a hacer como OTP y antes como que algo y así. Pero igual eso es muy bueno. O sea, chequen cuando terminen de jugar. Chequen el OTP. Eso les va. Pues que sepan en qué momento hubo un error. Mejorarlo. Porque de eso se trata el LOL. O sea, el LOL no gana el que haga mejores jugadas, sino el que haga menos errores. O sea, tiene que ser el mínimo de errores. Y se gana bien. Ay, güey. Pues bueno, virtuosos. Vamos a comenzar con el sorteo. 8 horas. ¿Y cuántas? 12 más 1 arranca. Muchas gracias a todos por haber estado en el stream de hoy. Espero que se han divertido mucho. Una lástima que no pudimos subir, pero pues no mames, me dan pinche 18 puntos, me quitan 24. Es una diferencia de 6 MP, está bien cabrón, Virtus. Lamentablemente no pudimos subir. Mañana vamos a intentar subir y ojalá que se pueda, Muchas gracias de verdad a todos por haber estado en el stream. Si quieren participar en el sorteo, todos los días al final del stream tenemos un sorteo de skin. Ahorita que hay códigos de Big Panda, código Big Panda. Cuando no hay, sorteo una skin misteriosa. Si están participando, nada más hay que comentar y están siguiendo el canal de Twitch. Gracias de verdad a todos por haber estado en directo. Espero que se hayan pasado muy bien, que se hayan divertido mucho y que tengan un excelente sábado. Que descansen. Ganador o ganadora del sorteo del día de hoy es Sweet Tequila. Sweet Tequila. Sweet Tequila. Vamos a ver. ¡Hala! Felicidades, Sweet Tequila. Ya está siguiéndonos, ya comentó. Muchas felicidades. Ahorita te voy a
Tirar.
Felicidades, ganaste el sorteo. Acá está tu código. Ahí está. Pues bueno, virtuosos, ese fue el directo y el sorteo de hoy. Muchas gracias de verdad por haber estado en el stream. Espero que se hayan divertido mucho. Espero que la hayan pasado muy bien. Ya mañana les seguimos con las arranques. Mañana les seguimos con el directo. Cualquier cosa. Después más temprano, pues ya saben que en Instagram, cuando lo estamos en vivo, pues ya espero, o si no tienen en Instagram, es @extremebox. Que descansen, les mando un beso, un abrazo, cuídense mucho. Noche. Gracias de verdad a todos por pasarse al stream y por el apoyo. Un saludo a mi amigo Emslit, Touka, Creo, Emanuel, Pepe, Esmail, Manqueando, Larry, Katy. Saludo. No, así. Un saludo amigo, no te flameo. Touka, un saludo. Gracias por pasarte al stream. Un saludo para mi amigo Taco, Mr. Pancho, a la Sandía. Simon, un saludo. Un saludo, Melanie, buenas noches. Pues ya mañana nos vemos gustosos. Que descansen. Que tengan un bonito sábado. Bye bye, Gary. Bye bye. Un saludo. Gracias, mucho gustosos. Un besote, los quiero mucho. Un abrazo y gracias por pasarte. Bye bye, cheo. Que descansen. Espero que hayan disfrutado mucho del stream. Que se hayan divertido mucho. Un saludo, Sandía. Un saludo, Steven.
Me faltan 100
podemos
pesos.
atrás, vamos a su normalidad.
Vale, pibes,
Pero fue muy gracioso.
Bájense todos sus paneles, esos pibes.
Queremos a pegar. ¡Que le está pegando! ¡Vamos!
Ah.
A mí me da igual morir, no tengo nada que perder.
El Misr está jugando Albion online.
Por favor.
El gusto de mi arrego.
Sí, eran T8. ¿Cómo le voy a hacer? Igual estábamos entrando con la idea de morir, hijos de puta. Gracias todo por el rey, yo justo me iba a tomar por el culo. Somos una mierda, ¿vale? Me maté a 3 y salí vivo. Espera. ¿Hay cosas ahí? ¿Quedan cosas? Wey. Espera. No. Quiero la bull. Quiero mi bull de vuelta. No, ¿alguien tiene mi build?
Pelearle. Ah, pues sí puedo.
¿Cómo? Chingado, no.
Puedo con los dos. Le topé. Ah, la pinche John. Falló el smite. Ah, se lo robó. Vamos, Bolly, hazle como yo. Si yo pude, una DC pudo matar a un Yone, tú también puedes.
Yo creo que no. ¡Corre por tu pellejo, Bolly!
Mi jungla le imitó corriendo de un Yone.
No, de un Brown. A mí, vamos a mí. Vamos a mí, vamos a mí, vamos a mí. Top, 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 top. No voy a hacer.
Ah, estos güeyes pesan mucho. ¿Agarras?
Borrada. La vaina.
Juego con vaina, ¿eh?
Vayne está atrás de ti. Se va para el nivel.
Sí, ya lo vi.
Prepárate porque está haciendo porro.
Sí, ya sé. Pero Bolly hace esto. Uy, te repasaste.
Uy. Ese también.
¿Cuántos son y no lo pueden matar?
¡Oh,
Los
se murió!
mató. Estamos perdidos.
Alma por varón, alma por varón.
No tenemos visión, nos va a hacer eso. No, mira, ¿sí? ¿Qué? Ah, ya no mueras.
Que eres puto. No, va a venir el John acá.
Yep.
De ahí otra vez arriba. No vayas. No mames. Che. Güey. La ve y me flashea y el boli se...
Your biggest threats also looks like he's going
Como
for
le
the Lich Bane
entraba al
second.
Brown.
Yeah. So not going to be feeling too bad about the fact that you have Merc Treads as well as this Spirit Visage, because Canyon's damage not really expected to go towards you, but they do need him to actually be in the front line and tank. This is where I foresee some issues for Fearax.
El güey, si metiera bien la R ahí en el bar. Sí, no lo hacíamos, pero ese güey nunca entró. Ven, se top daño. Y ya ves, por eso nunca me pego a la vez. Que nunca no.
El equipo era unos petes.
Unos gordos. No se podía. No más. Ahí donde me mató la Vayne, lo que estaba en mi.
As Paige is like, man, I was playing this one, but my teammates just disappeared one by one.
All went in as Pace. Oh, doesn't have to use the summoners. There are some good sidesteps from the Zeri. But it ends, or it starts rather, with King dying. It feels a bit questionable.
Oh, boy.
He didn't really,
That's lethality Varus. He would have died.
He would have 100% died. Yeah, really not afraid there from the young AD carry on Gen G. But this is a classic tank thing where you're like, no, I actually cannot die. And generally you don't, but if you have 3 people wailing away at you, eventually you will. And crucially, actually
Ah, ya se fue el trono.
Sí, sí, sí.
Qué cosa. Dale otra.
Ay, no sé. Yo no tengo ganas.
Bueno, vamos por varios Smolder.
Ay, tampoco tengo ganas.
Tú dijiste hay que desvelarnos. Hay que desvelarnos.
Yo tengo sueño.
El sueño es para putos.
Por eso.
Eres puto.
Así es.
No más.
Yeah, I think it's just disrespectful. I mean, they didn't have to do that, but they were just like, you know what?
We'll send it.
We're better than these guys. Let's just take the 4v5. There's a lot of cooldowns down, and they just sent it. And Fearax were like, no, you know what? We'll stand up to you guys. Look at that. And now the game is very even. We've got a fed Henna. We have Willer on 2
No
kills.
mames,
We
güey.
have Clear's not that far behind, and he's Cassante.
Fuimos bien, se perdió. Bueno, había equipo. Aquí había team, se ganó. Severas entradas, se metía la vida.
Important to note, Hextech and Hextech to Leah, Hextech Nocturne, Hextech Varus.
Aquí también se perdió. Íbamos bien. Aunque estaba fedeado, pero pendejo Zed va y focusea a los tanques. Y luego la Evelyn. Pero olvida el Smoke. Bueno, cambia de personajes. Aquí se ganó. Aquí fue del Pantheon. Aquí se perdió. Aquí por qué se perdió. Ah, sí, por el Garen y el Luno. Para de simio. Pero bueno, 50%. Bueno, no. Jugamos 5, ganamos 2. Qué asco. Entonces, ¿qué procede? ¿TFT?
FT. No sé, están estúpidos todos, estúpidos, se queda corto.
Sí, no mames. Todos te fedeaste. Bueno, menos en la del ban. En todos te fedeaste, pero no hay equipo. Ni un perro se pone a hacer. Se pone a hacer front.
Los Bolívar contra los que nos enfrentamos. No, ¿cómo ayudaban al equipo?
El Bolívar de la pasada esa. ¿Cómo venía vos del desgraciado? Valiéndole madre que se muera.
¿Cómo le iniciaba al ADC?
Al ADC, al Pantheon, güey. No, mames. Iba al Pantheon a sacarle la caca, güey. Y luego iba a bot, no. Y dijeron, no, pues lo detenemos, pero el güey le vale verga, hasta se flashea y todo. Pedo, el güey. Y mi boli no hacía nada.
Oh, no. El boli.
Y mi güey también otro cono, le estamos pingueando en bot, va a venir el Fidel, cuidado, le vale. Le pingué otra vez, ahí está el Fidel, cuidado, le valió verga. Ya le cae el Fidel y se muere, hijo. No digas que no te dije. Hasta te lo puse en la cara, el pin desgraciado.
Imagine if Keen actually did go Leandries, which I know isn't real in the LCK, but he's doing this much damage to Claire without any AP.
Y así se fue toda la partida. Si ves, ¿no? Pendejo jugar que yo pongo. Pues por ahí vimos al Fidel. Un chingo de veces que se vio el Fidel. Le valió verga. Meter, le valió verga, le valió verga. Ahí iba a meterse el perro desgraciado.
Es hora de huevear.
Hora del rock. Vas a ir al... Ah, no, que ya no está. O sí, ¿no? ¿Vas a hacer los del Honkai?
¿Qué cosa?
Las diarias.
Ya las hice.
Qué enfermo. Me das asco.
Sí es. Como odio Liga de Leyendas.
Sí, sí, sí. Yo estaba feliz. Llegas tú a mamar.
Estaba feliz. Sí, como no.
Lloro.
Mira, están jugando Udyr. Mira,
no me la
sirvió de nada.
But we know he is very killable as now Lahen's in a really rough spot himself. He's going to go down as well.
¿En dónde? ¿En el SK?
Sí.
They're going to get hooked here. Chovy is going to be taking huge amounts of damage from Henna, who just flashes away and breaks the ankles of Chovy. But here is Zeri and Lee Sin.
Canyon.
Udyr contra...
It's not quite going to work as he does get knocked up and FearX
Canyon, po.
Es que la joda de llevar Udyr es que el cabrón es decir, el Veracruz de todo o nada. Si entras, entras. Si no, pues no entras. Y si entras y nadie te sigue, pues ya valiste, verga. No tienes como... A no ser que gastes la pasiva en la E, pero pues poco servirá. Ahí, por ejemplo, se tiene que guardar la R para la W, pero lo gastó en la E y ahí se murió. Igual, de todas maneras, lo abandonaron, se iban varios siquiera solo. Ahí, por ejemplo, ¿ves? Ahí está bien. Es una cagada gastar la pasiva en la E porque no sirve de nada. Taunteas un stun y ya, o los que te traques. En sí no sirve de nada. Es desperdiciarlo. Lo chido es usarlo con la R o con la... O hacerlo letal. Doble Q y luego con la R pegas.
It's rather straightforward. There's no summoners and no ultimate here for Clear, so it's not really a way where he ever gets out here. You do get a teleport, you do see some pings towards the Nash, but they don't really have the damage to burst this down quickly. Varus, rather lackluster, just Talia. Alone, not going to be enough.
Yeah. And they do use Jovi's teleport to make that play happen. But they will have Keen's one for if we do get into Baron territory.
No te odio, Aleus.
Porque ella se puede llegar a diamante y tú no.
Así es. Soporte no cuenta. Mándala a mid y vas a ver cómo lo destrozan.
Qué rico causa.
Es enfermo, pa.
Tú lo dijiste.
If the damage comes through, one more rock would do it, but it's the arrow from Henna that does get the job done. And that is now no cow left over here on the side of Genji.
There was a lot of investment this time around, though, so I don't know if you really want to go for Baron. I think that just to kill it in of itself should be a win. If you can force a fight, though, that would be huge. But Genji is staying safe here. Big is that Pace doesn't have a third item yet.
Se están popeando a Genji.
With
what is happening in this game? Zoning the five of them away.
Sin huevear time.
Play around very nicely. Is going to use the unstoppable is Keen, and Pay's able to get over the wall here. Chains of corruption into the air as Chovy gets the four of them, and just like that, Genji decide they want to win a team fight. Chovy has had enough of the fooling around, and Willer will go down as well. It's a triple for Canyon. It's a clean ace, and I think they might just end the game.
Just when we start to get the feeling that they can't keep getting away with it, they can't keep disrespecting their
Ostras,
opponents,
potente
there's
el
no
Chovy.
way that it doesn't
Una jugada,
backfire.
gana la partida.
Genji do
Los del otro equipo han de quererse cortarse los huevos.
and that they did. The way in which they did it does not deserve any awards. But, well, I guess I have to vote Chovy, because he did just...
I mean,
they did just win the game there.
That was the one play that won Genji the game.
Oh my god. And I can only imagine that FearX was saying the same thing that Aiming said when they were playing against T1 after they got clean ace, like, from an even game state. Because frankly, Genji did not look all too hot today, but they get the 2-0. And that's what matters.
Yeah, they had a bit of fun. I do think that FearX, they're playing their hearts out there in that game number 2. They get a couple of team fights that go slightly in their favor. But the issue against the really good teams is that they know how to push their leads really fast, but they also know how to mitigate their losses very well. And even though Genji, I feel like, didn't necessarily do a great job of that, FearX still were never able to get the one team fight that got them over the edge to a winning game state that was very difficult to lose from. So even though they were taking a bunch of team fights, they never broke the backs of Genji, and then eventually Chovy just sent out a prayer to the Church of Chovy and, you know, dusted off his hands, and he said, okay, I did my job here, and the game ended.
See some sheepless faces and grins from the coaches as well. They know Hayes didn't even get to his third item on Zeri, and it, I think 0-2 and 10 on the pick. Lehens, not his best day. His Nautilus got picked out a bunch of times, but all you need to win the game is just that one play. They did find it. I'm sure Chovy is gonna basically hark up all the POG points specifically because of that.
Yeah, I mean, before Genji started losing team fights, the score was like 4-3, and nothing had really happened, right? And then Genji were losing team fights until Chovy bolted 4 people and won the game. So it's like kind of hard to vote for anyone else, you know?
I was just by process of elimination, I was like leaning towards like either Pays or Chovy, depending on how the later team fights went.
Yeah.
But then there were no more team fights. That was just and Canyon, Queen, and Lands taking some unnecessary risks in this one. The early laning phase, though, is still something that Genji is gonna have to take a look at.
Según yo,
This is an exploitable part of this roster.
Ajá.
ya actualicé mi cuenta. Ya puedo entrar si me salgo. Pero no quiero intentarlo. No me la quiero jugar. O sea, yo sé que siempre me la juego, pero esta vez no.
Claro, claro.
Ve otra vez ahí. Asqueroso Udir. Gasta la E. Se muere de todas maneras.
It's a weird game, Valdez. You know, some games afterwards you're like, man, that was a great series that fills you with satisfaction.
Yeah.
That was the opposite of this game.
Bejiga
It's like they
Kasante.
build up to this huge cliffhanger.
Alright.
You know, I'm waiting for this M. Night Shyamalan twist, and it doesn't happen.
Let's see what they say. Focus
Ve ahí, ahora se quedó sin pasiva. Tiene que cargarla. Porque sin pasiva no sirve.
I can go for this. Frontline first. I think we can end. Wow. That was refreshing. And that was it. That was the end of the game. Look at the gold graph. Like, what world are we living in?
I fear we live in a world where, as
No,
long as Senna has been, both and T1, in their own way, are going to keep getting away with it.
Nada, un empedor del Facebook.
Yeah, they kind of just got away with it, and I love how
Late. Inge, venga rápido.
very interesting
Claro.
goals, but at the end of the day, you sweep 4 people, you
Se
win the
cayó
game,
la
you take a
mezcla.
2-0, and the
Cayó
2-0
la
is all that
mezcla.
matters. Clean 2-0, nothing. nothing to see here from Genji tonight. Guys, we're done on the cast. Let's go over to the space and see what they had to say about that.
Venga rápido. Sube cada 100 contra 8 pones de manguera.
Fantastic work, gentlemen, as per usual. And yes, we are back to break down game number 2. And honestly, we saw the gold grab. Thank you for pointing that one out, Valdez. It was a little bit of a flatline, even though it started out with a level 1 kill.
Yeah, it was a very messy game. The level 1 didn't end up meaning too much, and just like game 1, Wheeler was able to
Soy demasiado vicio. De una sobre.
Figure out that they're a very proactive team in the early game, like Live Sandbox was before them. Maybe if they can continue to push towards this identity, if they can keep this play style and kind of refine it, maybe there's a an upwards trajectory for the squad going into round 2.
Yeah, I mean, also if you see the draft like together, I think it's as a just composition wise, like it's the same thing. Like, I mean, Genji, brought the Zeri. Like, just look at the bottom, and they brought the Varus knowledge. Like, still, it's the same as a game 1. They did punish like a little bit, and also they were like on the road that is just trying to stack on the Drake, like which is like also the 5P, the Talia, bringing Talia as well, and also having one more Nocturne got the really fast and double kill on the bottom as well. And there was a like good factor that also top wasn't really bad as much as game 1 either. So it was going well, but until Zeri hit it. So I think it was like everything about like really Zeri. And sure, like Genji's did there was a hiccup moment, but still it didn't really matter. It's like same thing. The Firax couldn't really find out the opportunity to accelerate the snowball.
Como te odio, Liga de Leyendas.
Como te odio,
To me,
Leo.
it was a little bit sad though, because it felt like Firax kind of won everything until they lost the game and it was over. And I felt like they may have deserved an extra opportunity to get back.
Joder, qué
Let's
buen
have a look
doblín.
at this fight in the mid lane, because this is a demonstration that Firax actually pretty good,
Yeah, I mean, Keen it almost just feels like he's messing around. Like he's trying to get some additional information, and the rest of the team is trying to secure Dragon, right? And so you have the opportunity here as Keen to make a proactive play, but he's just...
Mira el lado bueno. Hoy estuvimos sanos.
The drive around
¿Cómo?
here is very funny.
Que hoy estuvimos insanos.
And maybe it's not time to go in as Lee Sin.
Pues ve esa donde no llevamos jungla.
He had different ideas, and
Así es.
quickly taken out by a great follow-up there from Wheeler and his AD carry.
Yeah, I mean, to me, it's like this is like definitely like kind of was like.
Porque el Zac nada más se lo ha pasado en todo. El Zac si hubiera estado en una ataque ya se ganaba. El set, pues, ¿qué hizo? Nada más ultear a lo mismo. Nada más éramos tú y yo. La Evelyn igual, pues no hacía mucho.
No hizo nada la Evelyn.
Esta de la Bey, ¿ve? No, es que feo la Bey. Nada más le tiré una esto. Le bajé toda la vida, la mitad de la vida. Y llegaste tú a rematarlo, ¿no?
Así es.
Controlé la hoy también, no mames. Y dije, no, pues no la vamos a bajar. Y llegué yo y se murió. Me iba y nadie lo mataba.
They managed to win 3 LCKs in a row off the back of it, right? Like, it's just that quiet confidence that we'll just find an angle. And guess what? They did.
Yeah, Genji, I don't think they're very good at happy gaming, let's be honest.
Ahí la del Alistar.
Good at happy gaming, they do the fun picks.
Alistar Mills también.
But they bait people a lot. It's really successful. On the side of Genji, they kind of just keep it stock. Now Lehens does get picked here in this moment, and then there's a bit of an awkward moment where Genji are like, okay, the best plan here is actually to push mid, and FearX actually don't handle this very well. They see the Azir turret go up, and they're like, oh, we can't really chase here. Keen's wrapping around as well, and then everybody groups. Yeah, everybody groups. And guess what?
It's a 4v5 again, and it's the only different thing is like Genji just, it just replaced like the support to top, and Chovy, like I think he was like so tired just happy.